Hello and welcome into the live stream. For everybody tuning in, my apologies, on YouTube. I appreciate you for being here alongside the 5,000 nearly people that have already joined our stream on TikTok in the last 3 minutes. I appreciate everyone so much for being here for the day. I also want to give a quick shout out, as I do every day, to the VOD watchers that will actually tune into the live stream once the live stream is over and done on that YouTube channel where the recording lives permanently. Now, folks, we have a lot of news to go through today. We are seeing full mask-off authoritarianism from the Trump administration in so many different ways, and I want to go over a couple more of the recent things we've seen to demonstrate a complete lack of credence for the good or the betterment of the American people and just boldface authoritarianism. Now, of course, before we do, if you've never been here before, let me tell you what I do. I debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds, get them from the pro-Trump side of history to the right side of history, because Donald Trump is the worst president of your life. Yes, you, myself included, everyone watching this stream, Trump is the worst president of your life, and of course, we talk about the reasons why. Now, let's hop into the breaking news. So first and foremost, the first order of business is pretty crazy. So the chairman of the Federal Reserve is a man by the name of Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell is kind of Mr. Money, all right? At the end of the day, the buck stops at him when it comes to the money supply in the United States of America, when it comes to determining what the interest rates are or what they should be. And his inevitable goal is, well, what is going to be the best that we could do for the purchasing power of the American people, while also ensuring, or at least trying to ensure, maximum employment. That's his goal. He doesn't have a political prerogative. In fact, the position of the chairman of the Federal Reserve is supposed to be a nonpartisan governmental position. Now, of course, the presidents make the appointments for the chairman of the Federal Reserve, but that chairman's term is, I think, 7 or 10 years, which extends significantly beyond 4, which would be a single term of a president. And once they're in that position, you can't really take them out. Now, Jerome Powell is a Republican, and in fact, he was originally appointed to the position of the chairman of the Fed by Trump under Trump in his first term. However, Jerome Powell isn't a MAGA Republican. He is not a spineless coward who's willing to bend the knee to the will and the whim of a wannabe dictator. He's not a cult member that contorts reality based upon Donald Trump's own suggestions outside of truth, evidence, and fact. Instead, he is a rather principled Republican that stands true to wanting to serve in the best interests of the American people, with his role and his goal as serving in the chairman of the Federal Reserve being maximizing the purchasing power and maximizing employment. Donald Trump doesn't like that because I think it was around, it was a while ago, Jerome Powell sat down in front of the Senate to do a congressional hearing. And inside of this congressional hearing, Jerome Powell absolutely shit on Donald Trump's tariffs. He was honest. He shared how they might not necessarily be good for inflation, might not necessarily be good for purchasing power, how they could have destabilizing effects on our economy. And in turn, the Trump administration has basically discredited him while simultaneously begging him to lower interest rates. I mean, we have midterms coming up at the end of the year. Obviously, the administration in power, the Trump administration, is going to want the lowest interest rates possible, so then they could turn around and say, hey guys, look at this. We were able to get you lower interest rates. This is beneficial for you and your life, so you should really vote for Republicans come the midterms. However, the interest rates are an incredibly delicate balance of different macroeconomic suggestions, because with higher interest rates, you have lower consumer expenditure. With lower interest rates, you have higher consumer expenditure. With higher consumer expenditure comes more inflation because the demand for goods increases. And with lower consumer expenditure comes a lower level of inflation because the demand for goods decreases. So it's a very delicate balance. It is not a political suggestion in which would drive interest rates to go down based upon what the president wants to see because he thinks it will be most beneficial for him and his party in the short term, but rather a long-term suggestion predicated on a mathematical analysis. And that's what Jerome Powell has done, and that's why Jerome Powell has refused to reduce rates, even though that's what the Trump administration has asked him to do. In response, here's where the authoritarianism comes in. The Trump administration has now threatened him with jail time. The Trump administration has already filed an indictment against Jerome Powell because Jerome Powell won't do what Trump wants. We are right now watching somebody get criminally pursued for choosing to do fucking math to determine what our country's interest rate should be, over just listening to the suggestion of a idiotic wannabe dictator, Mr. Trump. That is authoritarianism in practice. Mask off, bold-face authoritarianism. Trump is saying, okay, if you discredit what I want based upon facts of reality, then you deserve to be thrown in jail, even if you're one of my own appointments, even if you're a Republican. And I think that is just completely disgusting. And then one other thing I want to bring up here, because it definitely relates to this topic of authoritarianism, is Donald Trump just did an interview with the New York Times. And inside of this interview, the New York Times asked Donald Trump about the 2020 election. In fact, they asked Donald Trump about a drafted executive order that never got signed into effect by Trump that would have mandated the National Guards or military to seize the voting machines. In this interview, Donald Trump says, "I wish I would have done it." Wow. Well, there you have it, folks. The president that attempted to become an illegitimate one by attempting to install FAKE votes for himself in that last election, we got to spell it out for TikTok TOS, is now saying that he wishes he would have seized the voting machines. He's saying that he wishes he would have sent the military in to prevent you from voting, to then seize the machines, to count them themselves, to install him as president again. This is what authoritarianism looks like. And this also doesn't even begin to account for everything that we have been talking about for the last couple days with state-sanctioned murder. With an ICE agent today approaching a pastor on the street in Minnesota and telling that pastor, "Oh, well, I wouldn't have fun bullying you. I wouldn't have fun beating you because you're white." This doesn't even begin to account for our vice president saying that the Wartime Powers Act is unconstitutional and we need to ignore it and we need to invade Greenland, invade one of our allies, because if we don't, then the enemy will get it first. And this is the administration that some Americans are still continuing to support. And that's why I do these lives, because we want to change their mind. We already have our very first Trump supporter of the day tuned in and connected to the live stream. If you want to go ahead and unmute and tell us why and how you still support this administration in consideration of maybe the specific things I just brought up, I'd really appreciate it. Go ahead.
You look sleepy, bro. Also, I'm like a Christian. As you can tell by my profile picture and my bio, I'm very Christian. So, yeah.
Okay, so you support authoritarianism because you're a Christian?
Well, it's not just that. I'm low-key like an accelerationist, so.
So are you going to give an argument to why you support Trump or not?
Well, I'm Christian, so yeah. I just had to vote for the more Christian candidate.
And why do you think he's a more Christian candidate?
Well, because he actually acts in accordance to Christian values.
Yep. How so? Which one?
For instance, well, no abortion. Abortion is not Christian. It's not a Christian value.
I think that you could argue that it's not a Christian value to think that abortion's morally okay. But I mean, even that is a contentious claim. But I don't think that you could argue that a Christian values to want to ban abortion. Are you trolling? Like, 'cause I'm just gonna be honest, man. It doesn't really even sound like you're here for a legitimate debate or a conversation. It just sounds like you're trolling. Like, oh, Dean, I'm just gonna ignore like your 10-minute description, breaking the news, describing how Donald Trump wants to illegally invade a neighboring allied country and overthrow their legitimate government, or have our state sanction murder, or want to politically prosecute and throw Jerome Powell in jail for doing math. I just think that he's a Christian. Like, just be honest. Are you trolling?
Yo, that Kai dude, he low-key beat you.
All right, he's definitely trolling. We're going to move on to the next guest here, y'all. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, y'all. I do apologize that our first guest of the day was a troll, folks. It is increasingly hard to find absolutely any Trump supporter that's willing to come up here and talk because they know they're wrong, they know they hate America, and they know that their view is indefensible. Welcome in. How old are you?
15.
Well, that guy was a Trump supporter. It said so in his bio, but he's 15. So right now we have 10,000 viewers on TikTok as we speak. If you happen to be one of those 10,000 viewers and you are also an American adult over the age of 18 that supports Trump, hop inside of the guest request for me here. We will be automatically removing and banning many people that come up here that are not following our rules. So Alice, are you a Trump supporter or are you banned?
No, I just wanted to say,
Okay, I won't ban you because I said that after I already got you up on the live. I'll just send you back down to the comment section. However, everybody like her that is inside of the queue, if you get brought up here and you're not MAGA, you will be banned. Abin, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you so much for your support, man. All right, moving on to the next guest. We got them loading up right now, folks. We are just still looking for anybody to come up here and have a conversation with us insofar as why they support Trump. What's up, man? Do you support Trump? Ashley, you have 5 seconds before you're banned.
I didn't send a request.
You did. You're banned. Hello, Jay Lash. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean.
Hey, what's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man. Yeah, super embarrassing. Super
We're
embarrassing.
going to make Coca-Cola great again. Get pushed!
It's
You
you.
understand me, Dean? I'm a hard right MAGA motherfucker. Donald Trump's the greatest president of all time. Do you understand me, Dean? Hard right, far right MAGA motherfucker.
Get pushed!
Get pushed!
Damn! Okay. All right, man.
Fuck up!
All right, man. Yo, no, he left. He left. It was him. It was that guy. No, that was him. That's the original guy. That's where it comes from. That's fucking Jay Lash. I don't know. I wonder if he's actually a Trump supporter. If he is, he's like by far the funniest Trump supporter I've ever met. The only Trump supporter with a sense of humor. If you're legitimately a Trump supporter, you should get back in that queue to have like a legitimate debate with me. But I mean, chances are he's not, and he's just, he's turned into a little bit of a legend around these parts. Okay, he's where all of that comes from. He's the original hard right MAGA motherfucker. But let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We're looking for some debates, folks. We're looking for some debates. Hello, how do you?
Hey, 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, man. Yeah, before we hop into a debate, let me think like 2 people here. Then I'll go ahead and I'll give you the mic so you can tell us why. Miss Mary, I appreciate you for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Mary. Dude, holy shit, what a crazy first donation. Yo, let's get 500 Mary W's down below in that chat. Mary says, don't need to read this out loud. Okay, all right, you got it, Mary. I'll keep that to myself. And seriously, I did just read some of it. Thank you so much for your kind words. And thank you so much for the $50 donation. You are awesome. As well as Elijah, thank you for the 5. This is the right PayPal. Thank you for the love. Cece, thank you so much for the $7 over on PayPal. Thank you, Elijah and Cece. Clark, thank you for the 1. Logan, thank you for the 5, who says just got blocked by the older millennial for exposing his lies. Fucking base, dude. And then Serena, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. That is SERINA, who says love you. I love you too, Serena. Thank you so much for the $20, Serena. And thank you so much, Mary, for the 50. Show some love to Serena. Show some love to Mary. Show some love to all of our donors, as well as our very first super chatter of the day, Mr. Donald over on YouTube, who says, please ask the people if Mr. Ross was hit by the car so significantly, how was he able to hold on to his cell phone the whole time? Dude, yeah, he was going fucking, Kimbo pistols, phone in one hand, gun in the other, launching himself over the hood to get a shot on her head. Completely disgusting. Before I went live today, I actually watched over a lawyer's review of it. I mean, it seems like there's a growing consensus that he just doesn't have a legitimate claim to self-defense. But anyways, Elijah, I don't know if you were in here when we first started the stream. We just kind of talked about the breaking news and how it's becoming even more clear that Donald Trump is a mask-off authoritarian who's now like prosecuting his political opponents, even when they're Republicans, because they choose to trust the math over what his word of mouth is. Of course, we're referencing the chairman of the Federal Reserve, who is refusing to bend to the will of Trump, who's now facing a criminal indictment from Trump's DOJ.
I haven't heard the breaking news. Are we still pushing for Greenland?
Yeah. That's another example of his mask-off authoritarianism. He literally wants to invade and annex one of our allies. Like, it doesn't get more historically authoritarian than that. Like, that is something that has forever been an action and conquest of imperialist dictators or wannabe imperialist dictators. the conquest of foreign lands, okay, with legitimate governance, that are governing benevolently, significantly more benevolently than we are, that we're also allies with, and he's willing just to throw all that out of the window. And in fact, he's now trying to justify this conquest of invasion and overthrow of a legitimate government by saying that if we don't steal Greenland first, then Russia or China will steal Greenland, which is absolutely false.
How is that false?
Because they're part of NATO. Article 5, an attack against one is an attack against all. Russia or China attacks Greenland, Russia and China is then therefore attacking us. They're attacking every other country in NATO too. Plus, okay, we have military bases inside of Greenland for American troops because they're allied, and we absolutely should. Okay, no one, including the Democrats, would be opposed to sending more American troops into our bases in allied countries to protect them from the threat of an invasion from a country like China or Russia. Right? Why isn't Trump doing that if the threat's legitimate? No, the threat's not legitimate. It is just as legitimate of a threat as an invasion of the United States of America at the hand of Putin or at the hand of Xi Jinping, which of course is 0 to none.
Okay. Well, I'm perfectly comfortable with having Trump sit there as president. But what are the Democrats going to do about the
convince me that you don't hate this country. Okay? Because when I hear that statement, I'm perfectly comfortable with having Trump sit there as president. I'm convinced that you hate this country. Because in that same breath, you're saying that you're perfectly comfortable with having a president serve that's called for the termination of the Constitution. You're perfectly comfortable with having a president serve that has sanctioned the murder of citizens in broad daylight. You're perfectly comfortable with having a president to serve and lead our country that said not even 48 hours ago that he wishes he would have seized the voting machines in 2020. Okay? And you think that maybe, okay, is reaching tyranny won't affect you. Just wait until it does, because no one is safe. Our government had already labeled Renee Good a domestic terrorist before we knew her political affiliation. No one is safe. Not you, not your family, not your loved ones, and certainly not your friends either. No one is safe from this tyranny. Why are you perfectly comfortable with it?
I mean, I think we should look at the, a really big issue, the Islamification of the West. That's a big issue. And so, if we're going to push these immigrants out, we need to do it. We need to do it now. And so, I think that is.
1 second. Let me ask you a question. Are Muslims overthrowing the Constitution?
If you understand what the Quran says and what they teach, you will understand that we need to get them out of our country.
That's not an answer to my question. Is the Muslim overthrowing are Muslims overthrowing the Constitution?
They are impeding our freedom of religion.
What? How?
They will come into this country. They will, they will overbreed this country. They will implement Sharia law, which implements the idea that freedom of religion is not a factor anymore.
Okay, so you're telling me that you think that that Muslims are overthrowing the American Constitution because you're convinced at some point in the future they'll implement Sharia law in America. Wow, man. Okay, so not only, is this incredibly bigoted for so many reasons, but it leads me to the question, where the hell did you get this from? Like, are your parents just like you? Have your parents been like indoctrinating you from birth to believe that anyone with brown skin is the devil? And if they call themselves a Muslim, then they're a mouthpiece for the demons from hell? Where did it come from? Because this is so evidently false. So A, a lot of Muslim immigrants that immigrate into America do so to escape Sharia law. Okay. And B, the Muslims that we've seen serve in our government, okay, certainly haven't taken this war path to quote unquote Islamify, I think, as you said, America. Holy shit, just look at somebody like Zohran Mamdani, who is the first Muslim mayor of New York City, who's now celebrating all religions, who's now celebrating all people, who's fighting for the underrepresented, regardless if they are Muslim or not. Where did this come from?
Many are misled and they don't understand the teachings of the Quran, but the teachings are right there in the Quran. So those who fully understand the Quran, those are the ones that are dangerous. Now, in my upbringing, I was a missionary with my family. We lived in India for 3 years near the Nepal area, the Himalayas
I don't really think
area.
that you answered my question. I'm asking you, where is this coming from? Like, why do you think that Muslims are going to invade this country and impose Sharia law?
It's happening in Michigan. It's happening in New York.
Where is this happening in New York?
They're doing call to prayer in the streets.
People are praying in the streets, and you see that as an issue?
Yes, because it's an indoctrination.
Okay, so you think that Jesus Christ is guilty of indoctrination and an infringement upon the religious freedoms of Greco-Romans for the reason being that it is the case that he had them praying the streets on Mount Sinai.
This is a Christian country, and people are coming over from their Islamic
So
states.
when Christians pray in the streets, it's a good thing. But when Muslims pray in the streets, it's a bad thing. I think you, sir, are the actual threat to freedom of religion as described by the Constitution and the First Amendment. And when you said that it's Muslims who pick up that burden of infringing on your freedom of religion, it was merely a projection. Because now what you're saying is that this country does not include them. This country does not include a freedom to worship who you want to. This country does not include, okay, a choice to abide what religion you want, okay? Because when you're a Christian, you think you should have the freedom to pray in the streets. But when you're a Muslim and you pray in the streets, you're attempting to indoctrinate this country and impose Sharia law. And by the way, you said that this was a Christian country. No. No, this is a secular country. Because only in a secular country free of religion, okay, can the constituents of that country have a freedom of religion?
I don't think you understand how much of a danger the Islamic culture is. In the Quran, they are...
Emily, I appreciate you for that, Leon and the Lily. I appreciate you for that love. Emily, show some love to Emily down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Emily. I appreciate that. So first and foremost, I just want to point this out before you even say another word. You're now telling me that I don't see how big of a danger Islam is. Meanwhile, you're defending the president that is state sanctioning murder. You're defending the president that just says he wishes he sees the voting machines after the 2020 election. You're defending the president that is saying he now wants to overthrow a legitimate government of another country and annex and invade and steal their land, violating the right to self-determination of all people living inside of Greenland. You're supporting the president that is now starving millions of children in Minnesota because he doesn't like what the Democrats are doing in that state by protesting his regime, okay? You're defending the president, okay, that kicked 10 million low-income Americans off of healthcare just to further fund tax cuts for the top 1%, and you're defending the president, okay, that is now just spewing blatantly hateful, divisive, and authoritarian rhetoric by attempting to incriminate his political opponents like Jerome Powell because he won't do what he wants, by attempting to label ICE agents as, the best of the best law enforcement officers who we all need to stand by who deserve immunity even when they gun down and murder citizens on the streets. You, sir, and what you support, all right, that's the threat to this country. But
yeah,
I'll let you
yes,
continue.
I'm standing up for a president who wants to remove those who hate America, those who are not legal in this
America.
country.
He hates America.
He does not. Nope.
So let me ask you a question. If a Muslim terrorist came into this country and tried to overthrow the Constitution, would you say they hate America?
Yes.
Okay, but when there are domestic terrorists that try to overthrow our government and then pardon 174 people that tried to kill cops on the step of our Capitol and then explicitly called for the termination of our Constitution in December of 2022, you call them your favorite president in modern American history. It is not about, okay, the ideologies in which are true of Trump that make him your best friend. Okay? It's not about the ideologies of benevolent Muslims that live in America and around the world, okay, that you should view as equals like Jesus told you to. It's about the color of their skin. It's about maybe the difference in the language they speak, okay? And it's about a deep-rooted sense of xenophobia and fear of anybody who serves as a threat to Christian imperialism because you see this as a country and what should hold to the regard and degree of the same values that were true of this country 200 years ago when Christians were giving enslaved black people the slave Bible to convince them that God wanted them to be servants to the white man. okay? The same system, and which led to marital rape only being federally illegal in 1982, because before that point, because of the Christian theocracy and the grab and grip in which it had on this country, generations of men predominantly were convinced and then perpetuated the belief that consent doesn't exist, and once you marry a woman, you have her you have her consent to do whatever you want to her and wherever you want to her, as long as she has that ring on her finger. But tell me, what about the Quran is so harmful? Because here's my thing. I think that all major religions have their massive issues. I think that all major religions prescribe to texts in which at points describe heinous immoralities. But I also think that all major religions have a vast majority of followers who hold on to an interpretation of those religious scriptures that do not entail those heinous moralities to be the case, but rather use that religion as a symbol of love and a way to bring communities together. However, there's also those fundamentalist sects of all major religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism included, okay, that hold to strict and clear interpretations of the incredibly pervasive and immoral texts of their religious scriptures to do harm. But that's not an issue that is exclusive to Islam. That's not an issue that's exclusive to Judaism. That's not an issue that's exclusive to Christianity, because bad people, okay, that want to do bad things exist everywhere in all bubbles of thought, under all frameworks, under all religions. But you ignore it when it's about Christians, you ignore it when it's about individuals that practice Judaism, and then you hyper-focus on it as it would relate to those in which practice Islam, but then you use that fundamentalist interpretation, which is immoral, and which does bring harm, to then project that same interpretation onto all followers of that religion.
Yeah, so I think the worst thing about Christianity is, like, the judgment of today. Now, I'm sure there's a lot that happened within the past, but if you look in the Quran itself,
Emily, I appreciate you for the future city. Thank you so much, Emily. Thank you.
If you look in the Quran, it teaches the jihad and things like unaliving the infidels. So if you are a non-believer, they are taught to go after you. That's what it says in the jihad. Now, the Quran has a lot of hadiths. The hadiths came years after the Quran, so that's how they interpret.
What? You just completely ignored what I just said, by the way, but go ahead. No, you didn't respond to a single word that I said. So I just want to clarify. You're saying that you think that Islam is a grave threat to this country because at some points inside of the religious text, you think that it says to kill non-believers.
It says it a lot, and yes, it says it in
yeah, you know, in the Christian Bible, it literally says to enslave non-believers.
In the which
Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, God grants Moses, okay, moral code and moral commandment, and tells Moses that an Israelite, okay, one of his chosen people, can enslave a non-Israelite, one of his non-chosen people, is human property for life.
Yes, that's in the Old Testament.
Right, the Old Testament, right, and which was written and prescribed by your God. Now, you're going to try to give me some interpretation of the scripture, okay, that does not lead to the conclusion that it is actually okay to enslave non-believers, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Wait,
Just like many Muslims would give you some interpretation of their religious scripture to imply that it's not actually okay to kill people that don't believe in the same thing they do, okay? Right? So what we just identified is a fact that some fundamentalist sects, okay, of Islam, okay, will believe that it's okay to kill people that don't believe that Islam is true. The same way some fundamentalist sects of Christianity will tell you that they believe it's okay to enslave individuals that are not a part of God's quote-unquote chosen tribe of Israelites. However, a vast majority of Christians will hold on to an interpretation of the scripture in which does not mean it's okay to enslave people, just like a vast majority of Muslims will not hold on to an interpretation of their scripture to tell that it's okay to kill non-believers.
We still have the extremists, or the group there. Now, slavery also means some other word, but I'll backtrack on that. Yes, it says it in the Bible, and that was a real thing. And
You're
That
doing
was,
you're doing the
that was a
same
culture.
exact thing that vast majority of individuals who practice Islam would do. Okay, you have been given a verse in your scripture, all right, that is seemingly gravely immoral, and then you are giving me an interpretation of that scripture, right, to try to describe how you don't believe in this immoral thing. That is also true of vast majority of benevolent Muslims who will tell you that either their scripture doesn't say it's okay to kill non-believers, or will interpret it in a way in which does not mean that that's okay to do. Okay, this is, and the reason that I'm bringing you down this line of thought and this track of argumentation is just to simply point out, okay, that all religions have fundamentalist sects that believe their scripture tells them to do bad things, and all religions have a vast majority of followers who don't hold to those fundamentalist sects that don't believe their scripture tells them to do very bad things.
Well, at least I'm standing for a president that is willing to do something about the issue in Nigeria.
Oh, so now you're completely changing the topic of conversation. You're completely changing, okay, our line of discourse, and you're completely jumping ship and detracting away from your ludicrous and ill-willed attack on Muslim individuals. I want you to concede, okay, that all religions have fundamentalist sects in which believe in bad things, and all religions, for the most part, have followers in which do not pertain to those fundamentalist sects and do not believe their scripture and tells them to do bad things.
I'm not jumping ship. I'm trying to point to where the issue is.
I want you to either concede on that, or I want you to give a counter argument against it.
Okay, I'll try to counter argument. Everything that is taught in the Bible is love. Everything that is taught in the Quran is
No, it's not love to enslave
it's-
non-believers. Exodus 21 verses 20 through 21, where God tells Moses that you could beat your slaves with a rod, and as long as they don't die and recover in under 3 days, you're good to go. That's not love. Okay? When Leviticus 18 tells you to stone people to death if they engage in same-sex intercourse, that's not love. Okay? That's not love at all, dude.
You have to remind yourself that was in the Old Testament.
Exactly. Then you're back to doing that thing where you're like, I have an interpretation of my scripture that implies that it's not okay to enslave non-believers. I have an interpretation of my scripture that implies that it's not okay to beat slaves. I have an interpretation of my scripture that implies that it's not okay to stone people to death for engaging in same-gendered intercourse. That is exactly what the average Muslim would tell you if you were to bring a scripture or verse to them.
Nope.
Absolutely
Nope,
it
not true.
is. Absolutely it is.
No, it
okay,
is not.
check this out. We have so many viewers right now. 15,000 people watching on TikTok. Okay, let's see how many people we have over on YouTube. We have 3,500 people on YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and assume that there's many Muslims in here. Okay, all right?
I bet there are.
Right, and so you think that the average Muslim watching thinks that you should die because you're not a Muslim.
Oh, at some point, that's going to happen.
No. Answer my question. You think that the average Muslim watching this live thinks you should die because you're not a Muslim?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so then you accept that the average Muslim would give the exact same response that the average Christian would give when we bring up religious scripture, and which on the face value implies something gravely immoral, like enslaving the non-believers and then beating them in the Christian Bible, or killing the non-believers in the Quran. Either the average Christian and the average Muslim in that circumstance is either going to deny that the interpretation of those verses yields that conclusion, or interpret the context of those verses in such a way to imply that it's not okay. All right? That's what the average Christian is going to do with the Bible. That's what the average Muslim is going to do with the Quran and the Hadiths. That's what the average Jewish individual is going to do with the Torah, and that's a fact. Okay? Because there are significantly more benevolent followers of all major Abrahamic religions than there is fundamentalist followers of all major Abrahamic religions.
I'm sure a lot of them are just misled. However, there's a lot of...
Couldn't they say the same thing about you?
there.
Wait. What would be the difference if I were to have a Muslim on the stream right now saying that the world's largest threat to the flourishment and eudaimonia and success of all people is Christianity, and that they believe that all Christians in which deny their gods thinks it's okay to enslave non-Christians, all Christians in which think that that the fact that they deny their God thinks it's okay to beat the enslaved non-Christians, are just simply misled. Okay? Why couldn't a Muslim say the same thing about you?
They could.
Exactly, they could. So now you are saying that the average Muslim would have just as much credence and reason to hold to the position that you are the largest threat to this world as you would have in holding to a position to entail that they're the largest threat to this world. See how like these religious arguments ultimately just reduce down, right, to pure fucking xenophobia and bigotry? And by the fucking way, why do I hear in this country significantly more Christians saying that Muslims are the problem than Muslims saying that Christians are the problem? Okay, I've never had a Muslim American join this live stream and say that the Christians are going to impose this hyperbolic, incredibly pervasive and destructive governmental system in which entails that all Christians are the scum of the earth and they're going to overbreed and absolutely destroy everything around them. Okay, right? I just simply don't hear it to the same extent.
I mean, they're going to come into this country, and there's going to be 4 phases, and Michigan's in like phase 3.
Where are you getting this from?
This is their tactics.
How do you know what their tactics are?
I know what their tactics are.
How so?
Because I was a missionary, and now I know that they're going to be a missionary to this country. And they're going to come in, they're going to try to indoctrinate.
How do you know this? How do you know that?
I used to teach. I used to go out into the nations, and my parents used to talk to people who were of this religion, and Muslims and also Hindus. And,
yeah, me too. I have family members that are Muslim. So where are you getting this from?
It's online. It's a source online. It tells you what the 4 things are.
So there's some mystical, mysterious website, okay, that all Muslims ever, okay, covertly follow, and all Muslims ever are attempting to invade this country and have kids to quote unquote Islamify it. You literally sound insane. Like you actually no, like let me get this straight. You know like that cliche of like the crazy man standing at the corner of the street with a cardboard sign saying that the world is ending, the world is ending. That's what you sound like. You are that crazy man standing at the corner of the street with the cardboard sign saying the world is ending, the world is ending. But the only difference is instead of doing this standing at the corner of the street with a cardboard sign, you're doing this, okay, with your mom's fucking hand-me-down phone in her basement because you're unemployed on a TikTok live in front of over 20,000 people.
Oh. Yeah, that's a good analogy. So the first 4 ways that they do this is they'll come in, they'll say peace, peace, peace.
Oh, okay. So the first thing that Muslims do when they come in this country is be peaceful. Got it.
Yes. And then they begin to surge in numbers.
Okay, so a lot of Muslims will come in this country and be incredibly peaceful.
Correct.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that honestly, that sounds like the world's largest existential threat. Honestly, I cannot think of a larger existential threat to the United States of America than for a lot of Muslims to come into the United States of America and be incredibly peaceful.
This is only the first phase.
Okay, so what do they do after they're done being incredibly peaceful?
Now, in the second phase, they will start to demand Sharia law or some sort of implementation of their law, and then they will then get access to power. That's happening with Mamdani.
Wait. You said that the second phase was to demand Sharia law and then gain access to power. So when did Mamdani demand Sharia law?
Well, he is a public figure, so he's not going to put himself on the spot yet. But
but you said that the second phase was they demand Sharia law, then they gain access to power.
Not for Mamdani. He's not going to be.
Oh, okay. So Mamdani is like revising the second phase.
Yeah.
He's like slightly changing the second phase. Okay. What did it be like significantly?
He's being silent.
Well,
he's being peaceful.
He's being silent and peaceful. So he's still in the first phase.
I don't know what Mamdani's views are, but he put his hand on.
Wait, I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. Did you just say that the largest and most influential Muslim leader in America, Zohran Mamdani, is being silent and peaceful?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes. But like we're still expecting him to like end America, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so when is Zohran Mamdani going to start ending America?
He will start to do that
when is he going to start ending America? Because I mean, he's already like begun to implement like universal like daycare. I don't like that's kind of like in the benefit of America.
Yeah,
So
but
shit.
he's
So
in
shit.
the
Like, is he like helping
in the-
America before he hurts it?
in the communist world.
Wait, can you
I
just
think-
tell
I
me real
think
quick?
he's-
Is he helping America before he hurts it by imposing things
Yes,
like universal
no, he's hurting
healthcare?
it. He's hurting it. Yeah, I don't like his position.
So he's hurting America by ensuring that universal healthcare is a thing. Do you think that that's a part of Sharia law, is to ensure that there's universal healthcare?
There's a thing in Sharia law where they ask you to, give to the poor. So there's like a few good things about it, but that's
Dude.
their front. That's what they're gonna put on the front.
Okay. So he's trying to begin to impose Sharia law by giving children free daycare. That's him imposing Sharia law.
He's got a pretty good foundation here with communism.
Oh yeah,
and I think this
yeah.
could be.
So he's
something
building the
else.
foundation with communism.
It could become something else.
Yeah, for sure. Can you define communism?
China.
So China's a country. That's definitely not a definition of the word communism.
All right, here, let me get you a
What?
definition.
Oh, dude, you honestly, if I were you, I'd just open up the Sharia law, right? See if they define it anywhere, right?
All right, a political theory derived from Karl Maxwell, or Karl Marx.
Karl
advocating
Marx. I'm so sorry.
Karl Marx.
Does the Sharia law also teach people how to read?
No, it doesn't.
We're gonna go to move on to the next guest, folks. That guy's just nuts. Okay, that guy is just literally insane, and I think that I very effectively demonstrated the absurdity of his beliefs. So. I think I did my job well, folks. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I think I did a pretty damn good job at just completely demonstrating the utter absurdity of his beliefs. I think I did pretty well with that one. We're going to go to move on to the next guest here, y'all. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Hello, do you support Trump? I hope they already left, guys. Make sure if you're in that queue that you are at least 18 years old. Make sure that you are an American. Make sure that you are a Trump supporter, please. Hello, do you support Trump?
I do.
All right, man. Give me a second here to thank a couple people. Yo, Sylvia, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love, Sylvia, who says, Malachi 3:6, for I, the Lord, your God, do not change. I have not come to change the job or title of a law. Comes from Jesus' Sermon on the Mount and the Bible. The Old Testament is still valid. Right? Yeah, thank you for the $20, Sylvia. And that's the type of discourse, right, that we would expect to have over the interpretation of very immoral verses. Thank you so much for the $10, Natasha. Thank you so much for the love. Natasha says he's not afraid of he's afraid of a theoretical, illogical scenario, but then supports the actual threat of Trump. Absolutely, that's a really good reduction, my friend. However, I'd argue that it's not even a theoretical. No, Muslims aren't coming into this country to impose Sharia law. That's just absolutely bigoted, xenophobic, racist, hateful. And it's just a white replacement theory that he's touting as a Christian nationalist freak, which, by the way, is me reading off Michael's donation with $20 over on Venmo, who literally says, what an absolute bigoted, xenophobic, racist, hateful, right replacement theory touting Christian nationalist freak. People like him are the problem. Oh, he is absolutely the problem. Thank you for the $20, Michael. Let's get 200 Michael W's down below in that chat, as well as Fernando. Thank you so much for the $5, who says, Dean, you're an inspiration. Thank you for the $5. John, thank you for the $5, who says, this is absolutely xenophobia. Oh, completely. Marissa, thank you for the $5, who says, thank you for all that you do. Beth, thank you for the $15, who says, preach. Beth, it's so good to see you. Thank you for the $15. Let's also get 100 Corey W, said a CORI for the $10, who says, I'm a New Yorker. He's full of shit. That's not happening. Then David, thank you for the $15. I appreciate you so much for the love, David. And thank you for dropping me that link. Let's get 150 David W's and then 100 Bethany W's for the $10. I've not listened to that interview. I'll make sure I do that. I'll make sure I do that 110%. It looks like we're caught up on Venmo. Let's go and catch up on PayPal here real quick. In the meantime, folks, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out that live if you're on TikTok. Drop a like on the stream if you're on YouTube, and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Okay, cool. All right, we got everybody on PayPal pulled up. Holy crap. Miss Mia, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal, Mia. Oh my God, thank you. That is so much money. Jesus Christ. Mia with a $100 says, I've never had a Muslim come up to me demanding I practice Sharia law, but I've had many Christians tell me I'm going to hell for not believing. Mia, thank you so much for the $100. That is so absolutely incredibly kind of you. I'm completely undeserving. Thank you about a billion times over. I want to see 1,000 Mia W's down below in that comment section, as well as Courtney. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Ejub, thank you for the 5. Jennifer, thank you for the 10, who says, I don't know where this hate for Muslims came from, but it's worldwide. Christianity, for the most part. I mean, it literally goes back to the Crusades, Jennifer. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Jennifer W's. And then Emily, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Yo, let's get 500 Emily W's, who says, I was born here, 10th generation U.S. citizen who's a Muslim woman. Thank you, Dean. Emily, you are so incredibly kind. Thank you so much for the $50. I want to see 500 Emily W's down below in the chat. I'm sorry that you had to hear that shit as a Muslim. And then just 2 more here. Miss Serena, thank you for the $20. Noah, I did already thank you earlier. Noah, thank you for the $5, a paycheck from the DNC. Sierra, thank you for the 5. Emery and Ashley, thank you for the 5. Elijah, thank you for the 5. And then Freddie, thank you for the 3. And we are all caught up. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on that YouTube stream, and the handles on the top of the phone screen. I'd also like to quickly thank Monica. Thank you so much for the meteor shower. And Emily, thank you for all the love on the TikTok gifts as well. And then I did see y'all spamming in the chat that TikTok removed my video talking about Renee. Yeah, they did. They took it down for community guidelines. Already got it back up there, so we're good. Now, welcome in, dude. I appreciate you for waiting. How old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay, and you're a proud J6er, so you were like raiding the Capitol when you were 20 years old?
Well, so the bio is like, I'm not actually a J6er. I am a Trump supporter. I just made this account that you would pull me up because I do support Trump. I'm just not like that into the cult. I'm not like in the cult MAGA, right?
Sorry, dude. I would love to have a conversation with you. But the thing is I'm gonna kick you because I don't want to incentivize more people to do that. So if you want to hop back in the queue on your main account, I don't even know what it is, but feel free to. I just don't want to incentivize more Trump supporters to do that. What's up, Billy? Do you support Trump? Billy,
Hi, how are you?
Hi, man. I'm good. Are you MAGA? Do you support Trump?
I support Trump,
Okay.
but I have to say something to you that I don't support ICE, man. I think Trump is failing with the ICE. I respect immigrant people. Sorry for my bad English, bro. I'm just trying. I don't speak good English. Sorry.
No worries.
But I think Trump is failing at the immigration thing. You know.
Yeah. All right, just to first clarify, what time is it?
It's 10. I don't know how to say it, man. Sorry.
No worries,
10,
dude.
10 in the night.
I appreciate you for coming up, man. We are unfortunately only looking to talk to Trump supporters from America. But what I will definitely say is that you should completely stop supporting Trump. Like, what are you doing? Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box at this point in time. KJ, I think I've had you on a couple times before, right?
I wouldn't say a couple times.
You've been up like 2 times before?
1.5.
What does that even mean?
Like 1.5.
You joined? Did you join to get cooked again?
I wouldn't call it getting cooked. But like I was just like I've been hearing you talk about the ICE thing. I wanted to talk about it with you.
Yeah, for sure, man.
To begin with, I don't think that lady should have lost her life. I'm gonna put it like that.
So
I don't
then you
think
it was
anybody.
unjustified?
I would say he did what he was trained to do.
He did what he was
But I
trained to do.
don't-
Actually, he violated his own department's policy. So he violated Title I of U.S. DOJ policy on use of force, and then he violated point 2 of page 6 of the U.S. DOJ policy on use of force. So he violated Title I, then page 6, point 2. So he actually didn't follow his own policy.
So in that instance, I would say it was life or death. I will say for him, like he felt like he felt like it was life or death because she did hit. I mean, she was finna hit him with the car.
No. He actually, so not only was she not going to hit him because he was out of the path of her vehicle as she was trying to leave to the right of him, but he also knew this because it was caught on his cell phone footage. And of course, he'd be looking at her, and he was able to see her turn her wheel away from him. So that statement is false.
If you're in front of a car in the moment, you're not, and you see it coming towards you, you're not thinking, oh, maybe she'll turn her tire.
No, it's
Like,
not. It's not even a maybe. It's not like maybe she would have done this in the future. She literally did it before he killed her.
No, like in the video, it just showed he had to damn near jump out the way for it. And like,
No, he actually planted his feet. Which is also like
He was moving out the
which is
way.
also like another point that may refute the objective reasonableness standard of LEO self-defense, because they have to operate under a standard of objective reasonableness in the assumption that there's an imminent threat to their life or the lives of others. And the fact that he planted his feet created an officer force risk, which actually could be used as a refutation against a claim of self-defense. But even though he planted his feet and didn't move, he was still out of the path of the vehicle.
So, in your personal opinion, do you think he's gonna get off on it?
Do I think he's going to get off of it? I think that there's a high likelihood he will, not because of the evidence being insufficient to demonstrate murder inside of a court of law, but rather because of a lack of cooperation between Trump's FBI and the local DA's office to pursue state-level charges.
So my whole point to even talk about this is you blame this on Trump.
I definitely do think that Trump shares some of the blame. Of course, most of the blame would go to the officer.
Trump has nothing to do with this. Like Trump just like Trump had nothing to do with this. Like I'm tired of y'all blaming Trump for this, even though
I think
like
he does.
Trump. I don't think Trump had anything to do with that.
I can tell you what I think. I can tell you the blame that I think he holds.
So what blame he holds?
He's been emboldening ICE agents to act in the worst interests of Americans and to violate the law for the last year and a half. Okay, we've seen ICE agents kidnapping naked children out of their vans and throwing them in the backs of U-Haul vans. We've seen ICE agents illegally detaining American citizens and then throwing them in ICE detention centers for 3 months. We've seen ICE agents, black bagging college students, violating withholding orders, forbidding their removal from a circle of 45 meters from where they were abducted to ICE detention centers 1,000 miles away. We've seen people illegally deported to Sica and El Salvador, where they're tortured and beaten. We've seen planes worth of Venezuelan immigrants deported with no due process against the withholding order of a judge to that same place in El Salvador. And in response, the Trump administration has continued to defend these actions. In response, the Trump administration has continued to echo the sentiment that ICE agents are able to do whatever they want. I mean, J.D. Vance literally said that they have absolute immunity, and we've seen no respect for the rule of law. We've seen no respect for the sanctity of human life, and we've just seen no respect for the operating policies in which these agents are forced to comply by to be in accordance with the law and in good standing with our government. And I believe that this is the environment in which allowed for Jonathan Ross to murder her in clear daylight and then get away with it while being labeled as a patriot that killed a domestic terrorist by the administration in power. And that is the blame that I believe Trump holds.
In my opinion, Trump is just. I don't think Trump's to blame for this. I don't think Trump is going out there telling them, okay, unalive that lady. I don't think he's telling that. He's just one of the people.
Then could you please respond to the argument that I just gave you? Because see, the thing is that you're saying, Dean, I think you're wrong, not because I could critique your line of thought, but rather because Donald Trump isn't literally telling them to go kill people. So I understand that he hasn't given a literal and direct order to ICE agents to kill people on the streets, yet everything in which I just said about the creation of an environment that would allow for them to literally kill people is absolutely true. So please respond to my argument to demonstrate that Trump shares some of the blame for the creation of the environment in which led to her daylight execution.
Trump is just telling them to go get him. I mean, he's not. I mean, so
are you
my
going to
point
respond
is,
to my argument or not? Because it doesn't really sound like you are.
I am going to respond to your argument, but what you're saying is a bad correlation of what I'm saying. Like it's terrible. Like what you're saying don't make sense, basically.
Okay, well let me explain it greater. We've already seen ICE agents break the law. We've seen our government ignore the Constitution. Okay, in the furtherance of this deportation effort, and we've also seen the bold-faced demonization of undocumented immigrants, people with brown skin, and then the people protesting the ICE agents. And that is an environment that Donald Trump is culpable for creating and upholding because he's the one that's been egging it on. Okay, he's the one that told the ABC News reporter that ICE aren't doing enough even though they're kidnapping naked children. He's the one that said Abrigo Garcia is never coming back to the United States of America, even after SCOTUS ruled his removal as illegal and ordered the Trump administration to do so. He's the one, that said ICE isn't doing enough by deporting Venezuelan immigrants with no due process or blackbacking college students and violating the withholding order of a judge. This is the environment where lawlessness becomes the standard. This is the environment where aggression is confused by you to be a protection of this country. And this is the environment where, with the use of rhetoric, calling them terrorists, calling them predators, calling them all violent gang members and criminals, leads to the material reaction of people like Jonathan Ross shooting an innocent woman in her head 3 times, then calling her a fucking bitch.
He did not. Well, why they keep saying he said that? I haven't seen a clip yet where he said that after he shot it, bro. I haven't seen a clip yet of that.
I mean, you want to see it now?
I mean, yeah, you can show me right now, and you can make a believer out of me. You can show me right now.
If I show you that clip, I'll make a believer out of you?
Yeah, I mean, because I haven't seen it. I haven't. I'm just saying, but you'll make me believe what you just said that he called it at, which is ridiculous. I don't think he would do that.
Yeah,
It's
here's
ridiculous.
a video.
U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran, you want to come out of the car?
Did you hear him say it?
Damn. Damn, that's crazy. Never mind. You have a nice day, Dean.
You're leaving?
No, I'm not leaving. I just gonna tell you that you right about that. You feel me? I'm gonna tell you that you right, bro. Everything I just said is trash. Cause like, if he's that was intentional. That was he should go to jail for the rest of his life. That was ridiculous.
I appreciate you for changing your mind, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but that was I'm not gonna
Okay.
there's no excuse.
You take care.
I mean, you too.
I appreciate that, dude. I genuinely really appreciate that. I love hearing that response. I think that's the response that everyone should be given. I love that. I love that. I do. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, y'all. We're only gonna be talking to Trump supporters, so opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up here right now. Phil's in the queue. Don't know what the hell Phil's doing there. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. I'm happy. I'm W guess. W guess. See, that's the response that we want, people. That's the response that we want. You hear that? You hear that? You see how minds can change? You hear that? Because, oh my God, beautiful. What's up, man? Do you support Trump? I'm going to give you... All right, dude. You sound like you're maybe like across the room from your microphone. So if you could just pick up your phone, get a whole lot closer to that mic, I'd really appreciate it. Cool, man. Yeah, I hear you're... Can you just say test, test, test real quick?
Test.
Yeah, okay, 10 times better.
Is that better?
Yeah, much better. Here, I'm just going to have you hold on for a second, just for a moment while I thank a couple people. Then I'll pass the mic to you. Miss Erica, I appreciate you for the $10. Let's get 100 Erica W's, who says, I found a video of an attorney going over about 50 years of SCOTUS rulings, all supporting the ICE agents' actions were unjustified. If you're interested, yes, please share the link, Erica. Thank you for the $10. And then Abby, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, hey, Dean, I love watching your lives. Keep up the good work. I have a question. What's the most productive debate that you've had with a Trump supporter? Honestly, that last one was pretty productive. Thank you for the $10, Abby. Then Michael, thank you for the $20 as well. I appreciate you, man. Actually, I did thank you earlier. Thank you so much. Over on PayPal, Miss Tiffany, I appreciate you for the $5. Zachary, I appreciate you for the $5. Show some love to Tiffany and Zachary, and then Julie with the $5 as well. And then Hannah, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you so much, Hannah. Awesome. Awesome. And then over on a YouTube super chat, I think that we just have maybe 3 or 4 people to quickly thank, but it is lagging real bad. So we're gonna give it a moment for that lag to subside. Disillusioned Patriot, why the hell do you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Authoritarian? No better word to describe him, Donald Trump.
I don't support Biden.
I said Trump. So Trump's the worst president of your life. Trump's the authoritarian.
Oh, you got confused. Sorry.
Oh, well, just correct me. Then help educate me. Help me become less confused. Why am I confused when I say the guy who is ordering our military to draft an invasion plan of one of our allies is not authoritarian, or like the guy that is now
of Mexico? You're talking about, or Venezuela?
Greenland.
So I think it's mostly a show of force. I don't think he's actually going to do it, but I think it's a show of force, and it's not directed towards Greenland. It's mostly directed towards Russia and China.
You're denying your eyes and ears, sir. You're just simply denying your eyes and ears. Donald Trump has been parroting a consistent narrative now for the last.
What people say.
I'm gonna go ahead and
why people say it.
I'm gonna go ahead and continue to speak. So if I could please have you pipe down here for a moment. You're denying your eyes and ears, my friend, Donald Trump has been propagating this narrative very consistently for the last handful of months of him wanting to invade Greenland. Bug, I appreciate you so much for that, Galaxy. And in fact, okay, that narrative has only been emboldened by people like Stephen Miller and himself following their invasion of Venezuela. Now he is saying that we are going to take Greenland regardless if they like it or not. Greenland will be ours. And then even if you want to say, well, what they say is different from what they do, well, then even behind the scene, okay, we've had anonymous White House insiders, particularly from the military, go to Daily Mail and tell them, okay, that Donald Trump has asked the military to draft wartime plans of an invasion of Greenland, in which senior officials inside of the military refused to do and disobeyed by his order because they believe that it would have been illegal. You are denying your eyes and ears. It is a fact that Donald Trump wants Greenland. He'll tell you himself, and it's a fact that Donald Trump has acted on this as well.
Who's the person who said that?
Who are the people from the White House that like leaked to the Daily Mail about him asking the military to draw plans?
They put out their name and they said
it's just senior officials.
Senior officials. So we don't know who they are.
Yeah, we don't know who the senior officials are, but we know senior
officials. They could all be made up.
Okay, well, the reason why we know it's not made up is because this is a corroborated fact that's being reported on by all mainstream media sources, and it's actually something that the Trump administration hasn't denied.
By unverified sources.
Well, it's something that the White House hasn't denied. It's something that the White House has only been emboldened to act on. Like, you understand that Donald Trump is the one that's saying that we need Greenland. Donald Trump is the one that's saying, I'm not ruling an invasion of Greenland off of the table. Donald Trump is the one saying that we may possibly invade Greenland. Those are the things that Donald Trump is saying himself, sir.
Yeah, that's great. Listen, this whole Greenland thing aside, I chimed in. I wanted to chime in because of what you said in the previous call, not because of Greenland. You were talking with this previous guy
completely
about
ducking,
this.
But okay.
No, I'm talking about what I asked to come in for, not ducking.
Right. You know, let's just take.
You changed the topic.
Let's just take. Well, actually, no. I set the topic.
Have to talk about anything you just said.
No, here's the thing. I set the topic. I didn't change it. So before I allow you to change it, because I'll let you pivot. I'm fine with that. I just wanted to be clear. No, I didn't change the topic. I set the topic, and you can't respond because you know that your favorite president is in the wrong. No,
your topic.
You tried to deny your eyes and ears. Okay, when that failed, because I gave you more than enough evidence that this is absolutely something that he wants to do. Now you're saying that, oh well, dude, let's just go ahead and take chess pieces off of the chessboard, especially the ones that make me lose. Well, sir, I'm willing to concede my queen to you. All right, let's just go ahead and talk about whatever you came up here to talk about. But I just want it to be known that this is absolutely a pivot. I just want you to own it, okay? Because I'm gonna let you pivot. I'm down to talk about whatever you want to.
Dude, you're a punk. You can't actually have a conversation with people.
I'm literally sitting here saying that I'm gonna allow you to pivot to whatever you want to.
No, you just talk over people.
Actually, sir, I just muted you because you spoke over me.
No. You started speaking over me and you continued.
I'm not sure that's true, but whatever. Just
it is true, but it's not whatever. You should probably have respect for others, just like I'm trying to have respect for you.
You just called me a punk. I don't really think that's too respectful.
Really?
Yeah, obviously.
You just go on a diatribe about how everybody who agrees with Trump is out of their minds.
Okay, well, I definitely think that you're out of your mind, and I think that is because you agree with Trump and probably haven't had a good education.
Right.
That's what we're here to discuss, right? Because I think that you do have to be out of your mind to agree with Trump on these things.
You really truly don't, and you're a child, and that's why you don't understand.
A child that's beating you in a debate, old man.
You're not beating anything. You haven't even started yet.
Well, I mean, this punk beat you before it started, I guess. So.
Well, really. Brother, you know what? You have a nice day.
And you're gonna leave. I know you're gonna run away. It's fine.
You want to talk?
I'm literally telling you I do want to talk.
But let's get something straight. Most people in the world. How old are you?
I'm 21.
You're 21. Most people in the world above the age of 30 have a much deeper outlook on things than you do.
Well, apparently you're not one of them.
Apparently you need to shut the fuck up and listen sometimes.
Oh wow, big man, real strong too.
I don't have to be. I could be smaller than you and still be smarter than you.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that you are smaller than me, both mentally and physically. But B, I do expect Trump supporters to tout their own horn.
You run your mouth a lot. You talk about a lot of things you have no proof of.
I wish that you ran your brain as much as I run my mouth.
Things that could easily be disproved. Like, what are you talking about with this? That this guy, the car. with the car that hit the ICE agent, which literally struck an ICE agent.
Where?
Right? In his legs. There's a video of it.
Are you talking about the Fox 5 grainy resolution video that Donald Trump posted on his Truth Social account?
Does it matter if it's grainy?
Not necessarily. I'm just trying to use more descriptive words in order to make sure that we're talking about the same video.
Let's use very descriptive words.
I'm just trying to make sure. Is that the video that you're talking about?
The video where you could perfectly see that an ICE agent was struck by a vehicle.
Renee Good was a good woman. Let me make sure. I want to pull up the right video here because I want to be able to play it. Because I want to go frame by frame, and I just want you to make it clear to everyone watching where and when he was struck. Like I said, I want to make sure that, of course, we're referencing the same video. So let me just go ahead and pull this up here. This will only take a minute. Is this the video that you're referencing?
Why do you have that thing so zoomed in like that?
Here, I'll zoom it out a little bit. Is this the video that you're referencing?
I can't tell because that's not the vehicle.
Okay, so
You're zoomed in
at this
so
moment
much.
in this grainy
Brother,
low resolution footage.
Is this a video? Is this a video that you're talking about?
And
is it? Like, I just
go
want to
ahead,
be clear.
play.
Is this a video that you're talking about?
Go ahead, play so we could all see him get hit.
Okay, so this is the video that you're talking about?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV.
He gets hit.
That was him getting hit?
He gets hit.
Watch
it's
this.
clear for all to see.
Okay.
He's struck by the car.
Okay. Watch this.
But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned.
No, he didn't get
away
run
from the
over. He
SUV.
got hit.
Okay. So what frame?
And it's true
Well,
that at this moment,
we're gonna
in
wait
this
for it to do the
grainy, low
side-by-side,
resolution footage,
and then we're gonna do
it
frame
does
by
look
frame.
like the agent is being struck by the SUV. But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over.
You can't even see in the
Okay.
bottom video. You can't even see the agent that's in front of the car.
In fact,
You can't even see him. You see his partner.
Okay, so is he struck
Because
in
his
this frame?
partner's obscuring the view because his partner is at the driver's side window.
Is he?
What you're trying to do is turn video proof.
Yeah.
I know. Well, what you're trying to do is turn video proof of a guy getting hit by a car into a fucking joke.
Okay.
By pointing at another video, trying to line it up and make it. You can't even see the guy in the front of the vehicle.
Okay.
From the second video.
Okay.
Everybody. As a matter of
Yeah.
fact, you couldn't see him. As a matter of fact, when that first video came out with the officer at the side of the vehicle, nobody even saw that there was another officer in front of the vehicle. When people were saying that this woman was shot, everybody was saying, "But he was on the side of the vehicle. How could he have? How could he have done that? That's murder."
Okay.
Listen, there's two officers there, not one.
Yeah.
And you can't tell from the first video that was disseminated widely, and in the second video, you clearly see him get hit. Now, let me tell you something. If I wasn't a cop, if I was a cop,
before you move on, can I respond?
no, let me finish before you respond.
Okay.
If I was a cop, and somebody slammed the gas and their wheels spin for even a moment, when I'm standing directly in front of their vehicle, if their wheels spin for even a moment, any cop, including myself, if I was an officer, which I am not, would be totally justified in taking out their weapon and discharging it. Matter of fact, I'll give you an example. In New York City,
I just want to let you know,
in
like,
New York
you're
City,
kind of
in the
going on a
Bronx-
couple minutes here, but whatever.
It's not a couple minutes. It's literally less than 3 minutes. It's really not.
So a couple's
let's
two, by the
continue.
way.
So in New York City, it does it
So
matter?
like going on a couple minutes would be going on.
Does
2
it matter?
minutes.
How long are you going to be on here for? A couple hours?
Well,
does it matter?
I'm gonna be on here for 4.
Okay. So in New York City, an officer was struck by a vehicle, did not have the opportunity to draw his weapon before the vehicle hit him.
Yeah.
He was on top of the hood. Criminal tried to drive away with him on top of the hood. Officer pulled out his weapon, shot a few times. Guy died. Totally justified. Now, I don't think that any cop should have to wait to be struck by the vehicle if the vehicle is coming at them. You shouldn't have to ride the hood to have to defend yourself.
Yeah.
When you know you're standing in front of a vehicle and their tires are squealing because they hit the gas and they're spitting out ice, but you know that car is going to come at you. You have every right to protect yourself.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that even your own evaluation of what would constitute self-defense of an agent and a vehicle would entail that what Officer ICE agent, sorry, Jonathan Ross did to Renee Good was murder. The specific reason why is because...
No, it wouldn't.
It would. The specific reason why is in your last statement. You said that you think they'd be justified in shooting to kill if the vehicle's coming at them. And I think that's a sentence that would refute...
Deadly force can be met with deadly force.
I think that's a sentence that would refute your own argument. Because inside
It doesn't
of the video...
refute it at all.
I let you speak.
You hit
Can let
somebody
me
with a
speak?
car, that's deadly force.
You're interrupting me, man.
If I hit you with a car, would I not be... if I hit you with a car, would you not tell the cops he tried to kill me?
So I'm 5 seconds away from muting you just so I could finish speaking. I really don't want to have to do that. Okay? You know, like, especially earlier, you were going on this whole, like, soliloquy about how, you know, I'm so young and immature and you're so old and wise.
You very much are.
Yeah, then could you please demonstrate that wiseness? Could you please demonstrate that maturity by just allowing me to respond to the first 3 minutes of what you said?
Sure, don't put words in my mouth, though.
Thank you. I'm not going to put words in your mouth. I'm just simply going to prove the words that came out of your mouth is false. So
No,
I'm
don't reword
the
them.
beginning.
Don't reword
I'm
them.
going to start
all
from the
right?
beginning.
Because that's what you like to do, and I see you doing it.
Okay. Well, at this point, I'm going to put you on mute, man. And by the way, when you want to come up here and say that I'm the immature one, make sure that you don't need a binky put in your mouth to prevent you from speaking over me.
But I
Just
would
saying.
slap.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So I'm happy that I muted you there because if I let you finish talking, you would have violated TikTok's terms of service and I would have had to kick you for like violent threats. So definitely not the more mature one if I have to like put you on mute to prevent you from making a violent threat against me that would have then gotten your TikTok account banned. Actually, instead of slapping me, you should be thanking me for saving your TikTok account because I successfully muted you before you finished that sentence. And it doesn't make you look like the more mature one out of the two when I'm just simply trying to get you to believe your eyes and ears by giving you a great description insofar as why what you believe in is false, and your only response is to say that you want to hurt me. I'm sorry that a 21-year-old white boy on TikTok pisses you off so much that you want to catch a charge. If anything, I think that should demonstrate that the 21-year-old white boy on TikTok probably knows what's going on, and that just inflames you and drives you insane because you want to deny the evidence of your eyes and ears. But anyways, to get back to the argument, now that we got the man-child on mute, you said that if the vehicle's coming right at him, he's justified with the use of deadly force. Well, Renee said that I don't want to ram this vehicle into him, therefore I'm going to turn the wheel to the right and ensure that he's out of the path of the vehicle. And that's exactly what happened. Not only was ICE agent Jonathan Ross out of the path of the vehicle, but he knew this. First point, here's an image of the moment after he fired his first shot. What we're looking at on the screen is an image of Jonathan Ross being to the left of the vehicle with the wheels turned away from him. Of course, his upper body is leaned over the hood to line up a shot with her head. That would be called officer force risk, also negating the defense against murder. Now, maybe in response to seeing the still frame, you'll say, well, it all happened within a frame of microseconds. At one moment, he was in front of the car. The next moment, he wasn't, considering the totality of the circumstances. Without the benefit of hindsight, he was still justified in killing her, even though he wasn't in imminent harm's way. But see, the thing is we know that seconds before he killed her, he knew that she was turning the vehicle away from him. And that's made clear by this video, filmed off of Agent Jonathan Ross's cell phone, clearly showing Renee Good turning her wheel to the right. And on top of that, in order for self-defense to be met, the officer has to meet a standard of objective reasonableness. And I believe that Agent Jonathan Ross did not meet the standard of objective reasonableness for 4 main reasons. The first reason is he violated the US DOJ policy on use of force, particularly Article 1 in page 6, number 2. Article 1 being that you're only authorized to engage in the use of violent force when you're met with the imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death with no means of defense viably and readily available, which would include getting out of the path of the vehicle. Not only did he have the opportunity to get out of the path of the vehicle, but he did get out of the path of the vehicle as the path of the vehicle went away from him. The second reason I do not believe he met this objective reasonableness standard is because of what is referred to as officer force risk. The moment that Renee had taken her vehicle out of reverse and not even put it in drive, he didn't step off to the side of the car. Instead, he planted his feet and drew out his firearm. That was the moment he decided to kill her before her car was even in movement. Okay? Right? Point number 3, my third reason why I believe that there's no objective reasonableness standard met, is because he was driven by a vehicle for 30 feet and then had to get 30 stitches in his arm less than 2 years ago. This would create a sense of PTSD, or maybe create a sense of anger against, opponents, we'll call them, because that's what ICE views anybody who detests them as, inside of moving vehicles. And because of this looming sense of anger driven by the PTSD of getting dragged by a car 30 feet 2 years ago, instead of engaging in those more viable, less lethal alternative means, which would be to move a step to the right to get out of the path of the vehicle, he instead planted his feet and created that officer force risk, then killed her. But at the end of the day, we could just sum up this argument really simply put into a sentence. He wasn't in the path of the vehicle. By the time he pulled the trigger the first time, he was off to the side of the vehicle. Renee was driving the car away from the agents, and Jonathan Ross knew this because he saw her turn the wheel as hard and as far as she could away from him. Feel free to turn back on your mic.
Yeah, so I think that's you keep trying to state things as fact when they're totally not. He was directly in the front of her vehicle, and as you can see in the video, he literally had.
Is he directly in front of her vehicle?
No, that's the second cop. So you keep playing games.
No, we're looking at the feet.
And
at the
that's
bottom.
after she started driving.
We're looking at the
you
feet
keep
on the
playing
bottom.
games. So go to the second video.
We're looking at the feet on
and
the
start
bottom.
it from the beginning.
He's to the left of the vehicle, and this is the moment that he shot.
Dude, that's after like the third shot.
No. That's a first shot.
So why don't you do then, if you want to prove it, why don't you put both videos back on the screen like you did before?
Wait, you want me to prove that that was a first shot? I could do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I actually already have, so this is really easy for me. I'm gonna prove that that's a first shot, and then you're gonna lose your shit. Okay?
Why would I?
Guys, this is it. Because that's what Trump supporters do when they're wrong. This is actually the wrong video. Give me one moment here just to get my analysis. Renee Good was a good woman who was. We're gonna go ahead and skip midway through to get to the shots. Moments after a second clarified. Now let's analyze the shooting. Okay, so remember, just for you, alongside everybody that is watching right now, what my goal is today is to demonstrate that this still frame that's shown on your phone screen, or if you're watching on YouTube, is from the moment ICE agent Jonathan Ross first fired at her. The guest is arguing that this is not a screenshot from Ross's first shot at Renee, but rather a screenshot of Ross's second or third shot to Renee. The following analysis of the video of the shooting will prove that this is a still frame from the moment Jonathan Ross fired his first shot. Freezing the footage the moment he takes each shot all 3 times that inevitably killed Renee. This is incredibly important because this is where the self-defense argument comes from. Here's a moment of the first shot. Let's take a closer look. So this is the moment of the first shot. And then this is the still frame captured.
My point.
You prove my point. Can you agree that this is the same image?
So she hit him.
No.
I'm
so sorry. Can you agree that this is the same?
No.
image?
You're beatboxing, brother. And
Renee?
secondly,
no. Don't run. You said that the picture on screen was a still frame of the second or the third shot. But I just played you a video that now proves that this is a first shot. Can you agree that the 2 images that are sequencing back and forth are the same moment in time? I just want a yes or no. Is this the same moment in time? The two sequencing images. I don't want to hear about him being hit. I don't want to hear about anything else. Okay, of course, we'll talk about all of those other things in the following minutes. I intend to go over every single point of this argument with you. Okay, don't worry, we will. But right now, can we agree that this is the same moment in time? The 2 images that are flickering back and forth.
This is a bad faith argument, brother.
It's not an argument. In fact, it's a question.
Video that I asked for. This is a bad faith argument. I asked you to put up the video that was in front of the vehicle.
No. So what you asked me to do is to prove that this still frames.
No. I asked to show the video when he got hit. That's what I asked for. Try not to reword what I say every time.
How much money do you want to put on it? How much money do you want to put that you asked me
Put
to
the
prove?
video that was in front of the vehicle. I
No.
don't care.
I'm just going to rewind the VOD. I'm going to rewind the VOD at this point in time to where you asked me to prove that that still frame image was from the moment Agent Jonathan Ross first pulled the trigger.
This is all in bad faith. Try not to reword my second video.
We're looking at the feed on
and
the
started
bottom.
from the beginning.
He's to the left of the vehicle, and this is the moment that he shot.
Dude, that's after like the third shot.
No. That's the first shot.
So
It is,
So
and
why
if you
don't
played the
do
front
then, if
video,
you want to
you
prove it?
know.
Why don't you put both videos back on the screen like you did before?
Wait, you want me to
If you
prove that
played
that
the
was the
video
first-
from the front of the vehicle?
Okay,
No.
so I just want to clarify. You did ask me, and everyone just heard you ask me to prove, okay, that the still frame image
That doesn't
on
prove
screen,
anything because you can't see when he shoots and you can't see when he gets hit.
Okay.
See now, no. Hold on a second. If you wanted to be a
No, that does prove.
if you wanted to be a judge,
No, I'm talking, and you're
If you-
listening.
you're a bitch.
We gotta wait for him to finish crashing out. He's about to leave. He's definitely about to run. Hey, when this guy runs, I want you all to laugh at him. It's gonna happen in the next 2 minutes because he's out of options. As soon as the deranged Trump supporters run out of options because they're faced with reality, they just leave. So everybody expect this guest to leave very, very soon. So now I appreciate you, but here's the facts. I showed you this still frame image. Oh, whoa. Nope, that's fucking Trump. This still frame image. I've then told you that this is from the moment Jonathan Ross shot his first shot.
I don't take your word for shit.
And then you said, no, it's not.
Show
And then I proved that that was from the moment Agent
video
Jonathan
from front.
Ross shot his first shot.
Your word means nothing.
Okay. Watch the evidence.
Your word means nothing. Prove
Watch-
it by showing the video when he gets hit.
Okay. I'm gonna prove to you that this is a screenshot from the moment he first shot. Are you ready? Renee Good was
Your
a good
word
woman.
means nothing.
I'm not gonna give you my word. I'm gonna show you the video.
From the front of the vehicle.
Here's some. Wait, can you agree that that was the first shot he
You
fired?
refuse to show it because you know it proves you wrong.
What about? I don't even know what angle you're talking
You know
about.
it proves you wrong.
Why isn't this angle enough? This is just
There's
simply.
nonsense about
This is the angle that I did my analysis
There's nonsense
on.
about
This is the angle
on
that
the
I did my
hood.
analysis on.
garbage. You keep muting me because you know you don't want to look stupid.
No, listen, dude. It doesn't
It's
matter what angle
absolute
it
garbage.
is.
He wasn't prone on the hood. He fell on the hood when he got hit by the car.
Listen. All that I'm trying to prove,
He didn't lay his body on the hood to
Dude.
aim at her, bro.
dude. I'm sorry. You're losing your mind right now. All that I'm.
You're
all-
losing.
All that I'm trying to
You keep
prove.
muting me because you're losing.
Because you're speaking over me.
You
dude.
can't handle the heat. You can't handle the heat, brother.
All right,
You keep muting me because you can't handle it.
I'll let you lose your shit. But all that I'm saying real quick is that you asked me to prove that this image shown on screen is from the moment that Agent Jonathan Ross fired his
And I'm
first
supposed
shot.
to take your word for that.
No, you're supposed
not
to
the
take,
video.
You're supposed to take the video's word. Look at the video.
So
This
play the
is
video that
incredibly
shows when he
important
gets
because
hit
this is where the self
instead of playing the video from the side.
Wait. We're not talking about him being hit right now. We're talking about if
Yes,
this
we
is a-
are. We were talking about. Yes, we are. And
You're interrupting me.
We were talking about.
You're interrupting
when
me.
the first shot went off. Was it before he got hit? Was he standing in front of a vehicle?
No, we're talking about when the first shot went off. Is
Could
this
he
a
could he
screenshot
have
of it on
avoided
screen?
being hit?
So specifically, you are contesting that the screenshot on your screener now is from the moment Jonathan Ross fired his first bullet, correct?
No, not correct. Specifically,
That
I'm
is
contesting
correct.
that you refuse to show the video from the right angle that shows that he was hit.
Wait, you're lying. That is correct. I'll replay you the VOD where you say that's what you're contesting. Listen, I'll play you saying that
shot.
yourself. To the left of the vehicle, and this is
No,
the
no,
moment
no.
that he shot.
That's not at all what I said. And started from the beginning.
No, dude, I'm literally trying to play you to prove to you that's what you said. You have to stop talking so I could prove it to you. He's to the
Playing
bottom.
games. So go to the second video.
We're looking at the feed on
and
the
started
bottom.
from the beginning.
He's to the left of the vehicle, and this is the moment that he shot. By the way, when I said you're looking at him to the left of the vehicle, and this is the moment he was shot, I had this screenshot on the screen. Listen to what you say next.
Dude, that's after like the third shot.
No. Listen, you said that this screenshot was after the third shot. No. That's the first shot.
So
and then I
because during
said
the first
that
one,
this
he
is
was
the
hit.
first shot.
So why don't you do then, if you want to prove it, why don't you put both videos back on the screen?
And then you asked me to pull up, those both videos to prove that this is from the moment he shot his first shot. So can we agree here that what you're asking me to prove is that this screenshot is from the moment he fired his gun the first time? Can we agree that's what you're asking for? Oh. I got your tongue?
No, we could agree that you keep refusing to show the.
I don't know.
Not
know.
at all.
What are you
talking.
saying?
If I'm losing
Refusing to
signal,
show?
it's.
1 second. No. Can we agree that you asked me to prove that this screenshot is from the moment Officer Jonathan Ross fired his first round at Renee? By the way, I just played you the VOD.
Let me ask. No, we can't. No, we can't. How do you know that was the first shot? How do you know that was the first shot?
Because of this video. Let me pull it up. This is the video
Renee
that proves
Good
that was
was
a
a
good
good
woman who was murdered by an ice. Once the to the side of her vehicle. Okay. Has he fired his gun yet? Sir, has he fired his gun
I
yet?
guarantee you the gun goes off when he's hit.
No. Has he fired his gun yet in this clip?
Not yet.
Okay, watch this. We're going to pause it the first time he fires his gun, okay? Here's a moment. Boom! Can you agree this is the moment he first fired his gun?
Gets hit. That's the moment he got hit.
Look at these
it's
two
clear.
things
His
side by
body
side.
his body jerks to the side
Can
because
you
he was hit by a car.
agree that these two things are the same image?
I would say yes, but you're refusing to acknowledge that his body.
So you were
Because now
wrong.
you actually showed a video that
so
shows
you were
him firing
wrong.
instead of. No, I wasn't wrong at all.
Yes, because listen to what you said about that image. No. Listen to what you said about that image. Listen to what you said about that image.
My argument is that the guy was hit. So go to the second video.
We're looking at the feet
and start it from the beginning.
He's to the left of the vehicle, and this is the moment that he shot.
Dude, that's after like the third shot.
No. That's a first shot.
So why don't you do then, if you want to prove it, why don't you put both videos back on the screen like you did before?
Wait, you want me to prove that was the first shot? I could do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, you explicitly argued that it was not the first shot, that it was the third shot, and then you asked me to prove it. Then I did prove it, and you can't concede. Acknowledge that you were wrong. And you just tried to gaslight me too. Because you told me that I obviously have a hard time comprehending what you said before. You didn't expect me to be able to play back the VOD like I did. Everybody watching, can we all agree? Can we all agree that we just listened to this guest less than 5 minutes ago say that this was not a photo of the moment Agent Jonathan Ross fired his first bullet, and then I said he was wrong, and then he asked me to prove it? So are you saying that every single person watching this live stream right now is just having a hard time comprehending? Like, listen, by the way, guys, this is the clip that he's saying you're having a hard time comprehending. He's to the left of the vehicle, and this is the moment that he shot.
Dude, that's after like the third shot.
No. That's a first shot.
So why don't you do then, if you want to prove it, why don't you put both videos?
You literally said, and I quote, "No, dude, that's not after the first shot. That's after the third shot." And then I said, no, I could prove it. And then you said, prove it. No one is having an issue comprehending you in the slightest. Your ego's just too big to concede because you were proven wrong.
Okay, you want to give me a second to talk, or you want to just keep muting me?
Well, I mean, I have a lot of donors to thank. I'll probably interrupt you to do that here soon.
So the thing about it is, when you put a still frame, I can't agree with one thing. And I'm going to assume that you're talking in bad faith, right? So if you played a video, I would have agreed with you much sooner. But you're on some I gotcha kind of crap, when it's actually just I want you to actually prove what you're saying instead of just saying that it's true and me having to believe you, because I don't believe you. Second of all, that does nothing to prove that when you get hit by a vehicle, your body's going to move, bro. Now, when you're hit by a vehicle, I don't care how big you are, how strong you are, how tough you are, you're moving in some direction. Now, he was hit by the vehicle because she hit him with the vehicle, and we could all see that from the front video. His body jerked to the side because he got hit in his left hip.
Okay.
Now, if you get hit in your left hip, you're going to move towards the right if you're standing facing the vehicle. That's just common sense. Secondly, the fact is not here, that which you went on about, I don't know, 20 minutes talking about, he fired at her. And while he was not in front of the vehicle, you are wrong. He was standing directly in front of the vehicle. The only reason why he moved is because he was hit by the vehicle. And when he hit, instantaneously is when he fired.
It's funny. It's actually not funny. It's disgusting. You're denying your own eyes and ears. So first and foremost, to respond to your claim that he was hit by the car in his knee, Personally, I don't believe that. I mean, I think that was proven by the analysis that I've already shown you on screen by synchronizing the bystander footage with the Fox 5 footage.
You just have to
You're gonna go
reinvent.
off. Okay. I'm just going to go thank my donors here real quick. Jonathan, thank you for the $5 who says you've been in a cycle of the same argument with this dude and he doesn't get it and keeps saying the same thing because he's low IQ, dude. He's dumb. Thank you for the $5, Jonathan. Logan, thank you for the $5 as well, who says the party that told you to deny the evidence of your eyes and ears. Yeah. Ben, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's show some love to Ben for the $10 down below in that comment section. Then Miriam, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get 200 Miriam W's who says this guest's brain matches his bald head. Very smooth. Oh, by the way, he ran away. What did I tell you he'd do? I told you guys he would do that. Thank you for the $20, Miriam. You are so incredibly kind. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the live stream right now. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the live stream right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We have a couple other people to thank here. Miss Ellie, thank you for the $10, who says, my fiance is a Marine and your lives have got me through while he was away through boot camp. Well, I hope that your fiance is doing well in boot camp. I know it's pretty tough. I had a buddy that did that as well. Thank you for the $10 and thank you for enjoying the streams, Ellie. Then Allie, thank you for the 5. October, I appreciate you for the $10. Show some love to October down below. And then Miss Ashley, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, as a 35-year-old with, I guess, the experience needed to have views on what's right and wrong in this world, thank you for being on the right side of history. Oh, Ashley, thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you so much. I want to see 200 Ashley W's. That is Ashley spelled ASHLI, as well as show some love to Tom and Jordan for the $5 each. Caitlin, I appreciate you so much for the $10. Who says, my crystal ball tells me that a crash out is imminent today. And she sent that 15 minutes ago. Your crystal ball was fucking spot on. Thank you for the $10, Caitlin. As well as Lars, I appreciate you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lars. Let's get 250 Lars W's, who says, if the agent was in danger, why didn't his partners pull out their weapons as well? If you try to kill a cop, all cops around you would pull out their weapons in response. I think that also demonstrates a lack of objective reasonability because none of the other officers assumed that there was imminent danger to themselves or the other officers. Thank you for the $25, Lars. And then Sarah and Destiny, thank you for the 5. Ben, thank you for another 10. Actually, with a 20, thank you, Ben. And then Mr. Douglas, thank you. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Yo, Douglas, my man. Thank you so much, my friend. I want to see 500 Douglas W's for the $50 down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Please show some love to Douglas down below in that chat, you guys. And then as well as Grace, thank you for the $35. Let's get 350 Grace W's, who says, keep your chin up and keep fighting. Excuse me. Thank you for helping us keep sane and reminding us to keep fighting during this incredibly hard time. Keep fighting for the good. Oh, thank you so much for your kind words and the $35, Grace. And then Julia, thank you for the $25. She says, keep up the good trouble. All the love to you. Thank you so much, Julia. Show some love to Julia. Then Vanessa, thank you for the 10, who says, good shit, Dean. Thank you so much for the love, Vanessa. And then Arlene, thank you for the 1. It looks like we're all caught up over on Venmo. Let's go and catch up on PayPal real quick. Melissa, thank you for the 5. Jennifer, thank you for the 5. Twitch.tv with a 5. Another Jennifer with a 5. Then Rebecca with the 10, who says, me and my Parker tell everyone we can about you and Parker. You guys are doing great. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. Then Catherine with the $10, who says, appreciate you, Dean. Love from the UK. Love to the UK and love to you. Thank you for the $10. Then Tiffany and Zachary and Julie, I appreciate y'all for the 5. And it looks like we're all caught up over there. And then just one last person to thank here over on YouTube Super Chat, Mr. fucking Timothy. Thank you for the $50 Super Chat. Now, Timothy didn't attach any message to his donation, just sent in the love. Mr. Timothy, thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you for your undeserved generosity. I genuinely and sincerely appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I live in a small town. $50 goes a long way here. So thank you so much for your kindness. I want to see so many W's for all the donors and 500 W's for Mr. Timothy and his $50 donation. Thank you all so very much. Now at this point in time, let's go get back to the debates. Thank you so much, you guys. SP, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I need to sue you, man.
What?
I need to file a lawsuit against you.
What for?
Making me listen to all these low IQ guests who are just spewing all this.
Okay. Moving on to the next guest. Okay. There was like another direction he could have gone with that. That I was expecting a lot more than that. What's up, man? So we know that you're a Trump supporter.
What's up? Of course we know that. But I seen you in my live last night, buddy. Why didn't you request up in the box?
Because I was laying in my bed with my girlfriend.
So you were laying in your bed with your girlfriend listening to me demolish, these libs.
I was on my phone, Phil.
Dude, like, you guys got my account banned.
Robert,
like,
thank you so much for the money,
right
and I
now.
appreciate you for the love. Maybe it's because of how hard you crash out when someone calls you.
I don't crash out. And by my name, buddy, that's not my name.
All right, well, we definitely know your feeling your feelings on the subject
That's
matter.
not funny,
So
buddy. Now,
that one was unintentional. That one was very unintentional.
no,
But
now
you
let's
know,
get to an actual debate,
if
bud.
it fits, it fits. So, all right. So why do you feel this way? Why do you support Trump?
Dude, no, stop.
I'm just asking you why you feel this way. I was literally just asking you why you feel this way. I was asking you why you support Trump. Buddy, calm down.
Me and Eugene, like, dude, if I could get Eugene up in here, if he had time, bro, we both would dog walk you. I can dog walk you by myself.
Calm down. You're getting in your feelings. You're getting in your feelings. Why do you support Trump?
That's not funny, bro. That's not funny, bro.
What did I say?
Stop.
What the fuck did I say wrong?
Stop.
What did I say? What did I say that was wrong?
Why are you in your feelings?
No, I asked you why you're in your feelings. Feelings, you know, the F-E...
Feelings. Do you know how to say it right? Feelings. Not feelings, buddy. No, bro, stop. You're purposely doing this, bro.
I'm not. Just tell... Oh, my God. You're so annoying.
I'm not in any feeling. You're annoying.
Whoa, you just said you're not in any feelings?
Bro, dude. Okay, anyway, let's debate about the thing. I seen you talking with somebody about the ICE agent, you know. Pewing Renee Good.
Yeah. I mean, I've just been in a circle of hell dealing with all the terrible arguments surrounding the subject matter during the last
There is
couple
no
days.
terrible arguments. I think you have a terrible argument.
Okay, why is that?
Either you or Parker, whichever one of you I seen was arguing about how a vehicle isn't a deadly weapon or whatever if it's going 3 to 5 miles an hour. Unless it's going 3 to 5 miles an hour.
Well, I mean, I definitely would agree that a vehicle's not a deadly weapon if it's moving 3 to 5 miles an hour. I would agree.
Right, okay, and that is a very stupid take, because what happens if you're trying to move backwards and you trip over your own legs? Is it a deadly weapon whenever you get run over by the vehicle?
What?
If it's going 3 to 5 miles an hour, and if you trip over something and you fall backwards...
And the weight's on top of you?
And the vehicle runs you over, yes. Is it deadly then?
So if you were literally run over by the wheels, yeah, the weight of the vehicle would be deadly.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter what mile per hour it's going.
Well, I mean, at that point, you know, if I were on rollerblades and I tripped on a pebble and fell and broke my head open, I guess rollerblades are now considered a deadly weapon, right?
Well, no, because there's not somebody else using your rollerblades that are on your feet.
That would also require tripping first, right? Did
but
Jonathan
anything
Ross
could have
trip?
happened. No, but he could have.
Okay, well, what you're trying to do is you're trying to like speculate an unreasonable possibility, which, by the way, would refute the objective reasonableness standard of self-defense. So you can't like appeal to self-defense by speculating an unreasonable possibility, like possibly tripping.
That is very reasonable.
No, it's not reasonable because he didn't trip and he killed her.
But he could have tripped. She shouldn't be driving a vehicle at him in the first place when they told her to stop.
This is like, well, what if they have a gun? You know, like it's like a similar defense. So it's like I've seen many scenarios where like cops have like pulled their gun on somebody during a traffic stop for seemingly no reason and killed them. And then they would like a speculatory appeal to the possibility of the person that they shot and killed in that car possibly having a gun under their seat or something that they could have reached for. Which, of course, was then shot down by the court and upheld as murder because that was an unreasonable possibility that did not constitute the objective reasonableness standard of self-defense. So it kind of sounds like you're doing the same thing with Renee Good. You're saying because he possibly could have tripped over a pebble and then flew into the path of the vehicle, which he was not in, that he was okay with shooting her. Okay,
he got hit by the vehicle.
So once again, as courts have consistently upheld in similar circumstances, that would be speculatory and unreasonable. Thereby, the objective reasonableness standard of self-defense hasn't been met.
So you think it's unreasonable for... What if he was feeling like he was about to trip? Then the vehicle does turn into a deadly weapon. Because you know she's not going to stop if he falls.
Well, if he was about to trip, then he wouldn't have been able to line up 3 headshots.
Well, either way. I mean, I don't know. He could have felt like that. I don't know. But either way, it's still a deadly weapon moving at him. She was told how many times in that vehicle...
It also wasn't moving at him.
It was moving at him.
No, he was out of the path of the vehicle, as proven by the moment he shot his first shot with him being to the left of the vehicle and the wheels turned away. And of course, he knew this because here is the video from his cell phone showing that he saw Renee turn her wheel completely away from him.
And your point is what?
My point is that he wasn't in the path of the vehicle.
He literally got hit by the vehicle.
I also
then he
don't.
proceeded to.
I also don't think he got hit. I don't think that there's been any corroborating evidence to the claim that he's been hit. I agree that in the Fox 5
Look
footage,
at that video Trump posted.
yeah, and I think that when we synchronize the video Trump posted alongside the bystander footage, although in that grainy low-res shot, it does seem like he's being hit. When we synchronize it with the bystander footage, it becomes clear that he was not run over.
Well, yeah, he wasn't run over, but he was bumped by the vehicle.
I'm not even convinced that the vehicle bumped him. If anything, I think that there might have been a little bit of officer force risk where he planted his feet and then leaned over her hood in order to line up a headshot while she was moving away from him, which was the officer superimposing himself onto the vehicle to stabilize his arm to line up his shot, compared to the alternative of Renee Good running him over with her vehicle.
No, the vehicle obviously started spinning its tires. He could see the tires are being spun towards him. He's not. I
You
mean,
could
he can
actually see
obviously.
the opposite. You could actually see the vehicle pulling its
Go
tires
back a
away
little
from
bit.
him.
Yeah, not whenever he shoots the shot. Go back a little bit before he shoots the shot.
How about we just run the New York Times synchronization of the Fox 5 footage and then the bystander footage?
This appears President Trump and others said the federal
Jackstar,
agent
thank
was
you
hit
for
by
the
the
galaxy.
SUV, often pointing to another video filmed from a different angle. And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV.
Boom, right there.
But when we synchronize it with the first clip, we can see the agent is not being run over. In fact, his feet are positioned away from the SUV.
He definitely got pushed by the
The
vehicle. You
SUV
can literally see
crashes
it in the
into a
video.
white car.
He got pushed by the vehicle.
You can see him get pushed by the vehicle.
Okay, explain your
in
position.
that clip. His feet are planted. You don't see his feet move, but you see his whole entire body move. Look, go back to that clip. His feet didn't move backwards, but somehow he got to the other side of the vehicle.
But when we synchronize it with the first clip,
keep it going.
we can
Pause it. Play it. He didn't move his feet and he got out of the way of the vehicle because it pushed him, like I said.
Because the vehicle was moving away from him.
No, he was in front of the vehicle, then the vehicle pushed him.
I'm just what frame?
And it's true that at this moment in this grainy low-resolution footage, it does look like the agent is being struck by the SUV.
Right there. You can see his back foot moves.
Okay, we're gonna go
But
frame by frame.
when
What frame is he in?
we synchronize it with the first clip,
Right there. That look at his back foot, look at his front foot. He's still in the way of the vehicle right there.
You could actually see on the top frame that there's distance between him and the car. So this is not the frame he's
By
being
the
hit in.
tiniest bit.
So do you agree that this is not the frame he's being hit in?
No, he is being hit right there. His upper body is being hit right there.
His upper body's being hit?
Yes, you can see where he's got room under, like his chest and above is being hit by the vehicle right there.
So you're telling us that if he stood up, he wouldn't be hit by the vehicle? I think that this actually proves
either
my
way,
argument.
whatever.
I actually think that this proves my argument. So if you're saying that this is the moment that he was being hit, and the way that he was being hit in this moment was within his upper body, I think that this would irrefutably demonstrate that he leaned into the vehicle, creating an officer force risk to justify use of force. And then the reason why he leaned into the vehicle was to stabilize his arm in order to land a shot in his head.
Well, I also think he was using the vehicle to keep his balance because, like I've said earlier,
so he leaned into the vehicle to land a headshot. 1 second. My girlfriend just sent me a text. Dean, all the Mormons know you live here and are trying to find you. I said, try again later. I didn't want to hear their message. Freaking Mormons.
Yeah, what are they talking about my repost?
The Mormons are at my door, chat. That's my fault. I've entertained the Mormons on many occasions. I'm trying to get them out of the cult. Okay, yeah. What are Phil's reposts?
No, stop, because I don't know what's in there. Stop.
Oh, well, okay. It actually won't even let me go to. Wait, actually, it will. What the fuck is this?
Oh, yeah, that's me walking you, Parker, and Santana like a dog.
Phil, you're so fucking cringe.
How am I cringe, bud? That's my only repost, I think. I don't got no more. I did not repost that, bro.
Peekaboo.
I did not
Where's
repost
Miss
that.
Rachel?
Stop.
Peekaboo. Can you do that?
That's not my repost, buddy.
Peekaboo. That's such a fun game.
I did not repost that.
Fuck. It's a surprise box.
Stop.
Should we take out a surprise?
Should we take out a surprise?
Let's say our
Stop.
special vibe.
That's probably like my sibling.
The box. What could it be?
What could it be, Phil?
Stop. Turn Miss Rachel off. It's not my repost.
You say out. Take it out.
Oh!
That's not
She took
my
it out!
repost.
Oh, that's not your repost?
Dude, stop.
It literally says Creed reposted.
All right, bro. Okay, whatever. That was a mistakenly repost, bro.
Oh, that was a mistake. So is this one a mistake too?
Bro, that's not me, bro.
It says Creed reposted.
All right, bro. Stop. Okay, two.
Was this one a
reposts that are
mistake
probably-
too?
Yes, probably those two. That's it. I've only got like those two. All right, bro. Like, are we being serious right now? I didn't repost, dude.
It says Creed reposted.
Stop going through my repost, bro. It was an accident.
So all three of those were accidents. Do you think?
Yes, and
so-
that's it. There was only three
that's
that
it.
was an
Only
accident.
three.
Yeah, only three was an accident.
Only three that were an accident.
Yes.
So then this one wasn't accidental.
I don't know what
the
that
fuck?
is.
What even is this shit? Whoa. What the fuck?
I don't
is
even know what
this?
that is. That's some brain rot crap that I don't even know what it is. Bro, that is not my repost, bro. No, bro. Bro, on everything, that is not me, bro. That's like you found a fake Creed page, bro. It's not me. Stop. Bro, will you stop going through my repost, bro?
Wow. Can you say wow?
Oh my gosh.
What is this shit?
Bro, it's not, bro. My probably sibling was using this page, bro.
But earlier you said that it was an accidental repost that you made.
Well, no, because maybe it wasn't an accident. Maybe they just reposted it, bro.
Your
I didn't
sibling
repost Miss
reposted it.
Rachel, but yes.
Creed, are you still Phil? Are you still trying to learn your?
My
shapes?
name, dude. My name's not Phil.
Phil.
Stop.
Do you need help learning your shapes?
I know my shapes.
Should we ask Miss Rachel about that?
Bro, stop, dude. I don't watch Miss Rachel. Whatever her name is, Miss Rachel. I don't watch her, bro.
I don't know. You ever reposted
Bro,
like 3
stop.
times?
My siblings did that.
No, because why would your siblings be on your TikTok?
Because I don't know. Maybe they wanted to watch TikTok. I don't know. Or took my phone or something.
No, it seems like they maybe you wanted to watch some Miss Rachel and you found a couple.
No, I didn't.
You found a couple of videos of hers that you really liked. You know, like her talking about what's in the box. Okay,
bro,
so
I
you
don't like.
reposted
That's
them.
for little kids, bro.
Well, Phil, I mean, it's on your page.
My name's
It's on your page.
It's not. On
What do you
my
want
page.
me to
This is
do
my-
about this?
Dude, this is
It's
my backup
on.
account, buddy.
Oh, it's your backup account. So even if a younger sibling was using your phone, why the fuck would they be on your backup account?
Because I don't want them to be on my maid. This is my backup account that I'm
Oh
on
wait,
right
so
now.
you're saying that you know that you've given your siblings your phone before? Well, if you knew that you've given your siblings your phone before, then your first response to seeing the reposts wouldn't have been there were an accident because you would have
Bro,
known
why
that
are
they
we
were reposted
debating
by your
about my
siblings.
repost, bro?
Phil, because they're fucking weird.
That is not fair!
Yes, it is.
No, it's.
One second,
Dude, I don't
yo,
wanna
one
get
second.
banned again,
Dude,
bro.
David, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Show some love to David down below
my
for the
gosh.
$15 donation. Thank you so much, David. I want to see 500 David W's who says Rose Phil's repost and like some more. Dude, we're going through them all right now. Thank you for the $50, David. And then Megan and Pamela, I appreciate you both for the 5. Joe,
On
thank
my
you for the
main page, I have
$15.
normal
I appreciate you for that
reposts,
love,
bro.
Joe. Joe with the $15 says, Philly, if you need help learning your shapes, I can help you. I'm a teacher. It's okay, Phil. See,
No,
listen, Joe's trying to offer her help. Olivia, thank you for the $5. And Nina, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Yo, Nina, thank you for the 20. Let's get 200 Nina W's. Thank you. Who says, please tell Phil I look forward to when he joins the live. Well, you mean he always gets in his feelings. I'd also like to thank Condra for the $10. Thank you so much, Condra. Then Connor and Amy, thank you for the $5. Jonathan with the 5. Logan with the 5. Thank you guys so much for the love. I appreciate everyone. As well as Danielle, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal saying Silly Philly. Then Gracie, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you, Gracie. Gracie says, hey, Dean, as someone whose mom is MAGA, thanks to you, I was able to learn so many things from your lives and debate her, and I finally got her to stop.
You've learned a lot of false things.
I'm really fucking proud of you, Gracie. Legitimately, like, that is so awesome. I'm so happy that you've been able to change your mom's mind. Good fucking shit. Please show some love to Gracie down below. And then Emma, thank you. Thank you so much for the $32 on PayPal, Emma. Holy shit, thank you. Let's get 300 Emma W's. Thank you so much. Emma with the $32 says, Dean, please help us. Our voices are being silenced and the media refuses to show what is happening. Let me go and load it up here. Yellow is, and the media refuses to show what's happening. Yellow is the color of solidarity with the Kurdish people. What's going on with the Kurdish people now, dude? I mean, I remember under Trump's first term, you know, Donald Trump left 70,000 Kurds to fucking die. I will happily look into that because I'm not familiar with what's going on today. I promise I'll look into that. I'll definitely take a look, and thank you so much for bringing it to my attention, Emma. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $32. Now, Phil, of course,
Dude, how many? All right, this is what I was talking about on my live last night, too. You people are crazy, bro. You guys are so, like, I got to be very nice with my words because I don't want to break TikTok TOS. You guys are very, like, slow, man. Like, you guys can't, whenever I say something, you guys don't consider it and you don't think it.
You shouldn't call people slow. That's a rather ableist term, Phil.
Okay, bro, okay, whatever. I'm trying to, like, dude, you guys are like a train. You don't get stopped for anything. All you guys do is just keep on going and never stop and listen to anything. All you do is just think what you want to think. My dude, oh my. Last time I'm going to tell you. My name? Okay, hi. Nice to meet you, Dean Withers. My name
is Phil. Goodbye. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only op inside of that QV up to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're just looking for some debates. We got Big Bane 1 loading up into the box as we speak. Here we go, Gall. Honestly, dude, I'm just not in the mood for this shit today. I'm in the mood for some debates, okay? I want to fry some MAGAs. Okay, I don't want to have to deal with emotional Phil, all right, and his crash outs. Hello, Big Bane, do you support Trump?
Yeah, but I want to know, were you on the receiving end?
What are you talking? Be nice to Dean.
He was on the receiving end.
Be nice to Dean.
Hey, Dean, do you do stuff with Parker, like butt stuff? Be honest.
Baby loves you, Dean.
Dean, why are you such a gay boy? Why are you such a good gay boy?
Baby loves you, Dean.
This is a mess.
Dean, why are you such a cute little gay boy?
Baby likes gay people. So that's not even an insult. Baby likes gay people.
God. Oh my God. I'm gonna fucking cry. Do y'all see the shit I deal with? On a daily basis? Might I add? We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next Trump supporter. Okay?
Okay, so I'm not a Trump supporter, but I do have to.
I'm sorry. We're only looking for Trump supporters. Let's go ahead, dude. Let's go ahead and get that next guest up here. Jesus, fuck. Fuck it out.
Join.
Hi.
Yo, Dean.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Well, I only support him for, I guess, the business aspect.
I don't know. I'm going to go to kick you, man. You got a lot of background noise. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Sorry, bro. Plus, it doesn't really sound like you're a firm supporter. Hey, Laura, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Laura W's, who says, here's $20 to keep talking about Creed's feelings. From Jalen, Alyssa, Alias, and me. Well, shout out to you guys. I appreciate y'all for the $20. You know, Phil's deep in his feelings. He's gone now, though, unfortunately. But thank you for the $20. You four. Thank you so much. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Okay, moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Oh my God. Yo, Taylor! Thank you for the $200 donation on Venmo. Fucking hell, Taylor. Yeah. Yo, 1 second. 1 second, Sam. I'll talk to you in a minute here. Oh my God. Show some love to Miss Taylor down below in that comment section. The fucking GOAT. Are you kidding me? Taylor with the $200 says, I can't believe that people get this far into MAGA. Thank you for helping cleanse them and helping your fans, such as myself, get through their own problems. Here's $200. Get a nice gift for Momo. Oh, Taylor, you are the fucking GOAT. I do not deserve a penny of that. The love is sincerely undeserved. I genuinely and truly appreciate you for your kindness, appreciate you for your generosity. And I don't even think that me saying thank you says enough. So honestly, if we could just get literally every single fucking person watching this live stream on YouTube and TikTok to just spam W Taylors down below in the chat while we recenter around the debates here, it'd just mean the world to me. Taylor, seriously, one last time, thank you for like it's such an insane level of generosity. Please show some love to Taylor down below in that comment section. Oh my God. Hey, what's up, Blake? I apologize. I just had to meet you there for a second, man, and thank Taylor because of how insane that is. Are you a Trump supporter?
I like your Miami mint. It was pretty nice.
It's not. It's an anxiety pen.
Nah, I saw it on your live.
No, it's an anxiety pen.
But I am a Trump supporter, yes.
No, you're a very fucking dishonest and cruel person. That's what you are. Because it's an anxiety pen. Yo, Megan, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I'll check that out, Megan. What platform did you send the DM on? Thank you. Thank you for the $10. Show some love to Megan down below. We got Ryder loading up in here right now. I'd also like to thank Jessica for another $30 on Venmo. Yo, Jessica, thank you.
$30 on Venmo. Yo, Jessica, thank you. $30 on Venmo. Yo.
Jesus Christ, what a crazy echo. Jessica, seriously, thank you for the $30. She says, I fell asleep for like an hour with your live open on my phone and Phil's screaming woke me up. Phil, if you're still watching, you fucking owe Jessica an immediate apology at once. Apologize to Jessica for waking her up. And thank you for the $30, Jessica. Continue to show some love to Taylor down below, but also make sure that we're showing some love to Jessica for the $30. Holy shit. Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump, Ryder?
For the longest time, I was a very, very, very big Trump supporter, but recently I've been watching a lot of your videos actually, and I found out recently how unbelievably cruel ICE has been to everybody. Like, I've been seeing more and more and more videos of ICE agents just refusing to like even accept ID, for example. Like people will be showing them their driver's license. They will even have their social security cards on them and they are still ripping them out of their cars, and it's absurd.
Yeah, dude, I'm really happy to hear that you're opening your eyes to the madness. Okay, you know, supporting Trump as president is objectively just being on the wrong side of history, nearly within every single sense. So thank you for opening your eyes. Thank you for waking up. Huge shout out to Ryder down below. Right now, we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters, but I wanted to allow him just to have the mic there for a second to talk about, you know, how he's changed his mind, just to show that it's possible. And, you know, to all the Trump supporters out there, you have the availability, you have the option to stop supporting the tyranny of a madman. You have
mental illness.
Yeah. Are you saying like to stop supporting the mental illness of Trump?
Oh, you liberals are mentally ill.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask you a quick question?
No, yeah, sure.
Can you please try your best to censor your language to act in accordance with
Okay.
TikTok TOS? Like, I even think that statement may inevitably
Sure.
get you flagged.
Okay, so let's talk about the ICE video that you just keep replaying and showing people and then cutting them off. Let's watch it from the beginning.
Just before we do, I just seriously, I want you to like verbally accept that you are going to try to censor your language to a point where you're not going to get flagged for harassment and bullying by TikTok.
Sure, I won't bully anybody. I know how you guys get with that bullying. I won't bully anybody.
I don't even like care if you bully me. I just care if, you know, TikTok gives you a flag because I don't have to kick you.
It's fine.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
let's talk about the ICE video. I support Trump, but let's talk about the video. I want to talk about the video.
I mean, yeah.
But you don't want to talk about that.
I just said
You
I'm
don't
down to
wanna-
talk about it. I've literally been talking about it nonstop for the last 3 days straight. You're deranged.
I'm deranged?
Because I've been talking about it for the last 3 days
You
straight.
don't want
and
to
then you're
talk it.
saying
Why don't
that I
you
don't wanna
watch
talk
the
about it.
video and see how many times the ICE officer asked the lady to get out of the car? Let's watch that.
Like 4?
Yeah, that's right. Yawn. You don't like that. You just yawn. Cut me off now because that's how it started. If she would have got out of the car and listened to the law enforcement officer, none of this would have happened.
Okay. So
When you get pulled over for speeding and a cop pulls you over and he says license registration, do you say no, I'm not giving it to you, or do you hand it over to him?
Well, if you don't give it to them, I don't think that you're signing,
No.
a
See,
death-
no.
Okay, can I finish
That's
talking?
not. That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Okay.
When a law enforcement officer asks you, gives you an order, okay, do you just do what you want?
Okay, I'll
Or
answer
you
your
just-
question. I'll answer your question.
Go
very
ahead.
directly.
Go ahead. Answer my question.
Yeah. So in
you
most-
have a license. You old enough to drive?
So in most scenarios, I think that it is a good thing to comply with the lawful orders of a police officer, because they're the one with a gun. It's what's in the best interests of your own safety. Okay. So in most scenarios, I think it's a good thing to comply 110% for your own safety because they're the one with a gun. Now, point number 1, ICE agents aren't police. I want to make that point clear. Sure, they're technically LEOs, but LEOs indexed to the US DOJ, serving the purpose and the role of identifying undocumented immigrants and deporting them. They don't have jurisdiction and or authority over American citizens. However, of course, things become complicated when we talk about obstruction. If a U.S. citizen is obstructing upon their official duties, in that scenario, they do have jurisdiction to make a detention. So let's just go ahead and assume that those things are true or were true of Renee Good. Let's assume that Renee Good was obstructing upon the official duties of those ICE agents. And let's also assume that she did not comply with the lawful order to get out of her vehicle. This doesn't mean that it was okay for her then to be shot in the face. And this doesn't change the fact that what we all saw was murder. Okay? Right? Because point number 1, in accordance with the U.S. Constitution under the 5th Amendment, every person under the jurisdiction and within this country has a right to due process before their life or liberty, or other similar rights are infringed on. So no, you can't just kill someone for not complying with a lawful order. Point number 2, even if she was not killed, was given due process, and was found guilty for obstruction, her sentence may be like $1,000 fine, if even. It wouldn't be death. So assuming everything that you just said to be true, that she was obstructing and did not follow lawful orders, these two facts do not change the fact that Renee Good was murdered.
But you just spewed off something you memorized that you've probably said 100 times before. I asked you a question. When you get pulled over and a cop says, "Give me your license and registration," do you comply? She could have complied.
I answered that question.
She could have recorded her. She could have recorded him with her cell phone like they all do, and she would have had her day in court. Correct? But she chose not to. She chose not to.
So even if it's the case that her complying,
No, it is the case. What I'm saying is, why didn't she do that? If she would have done that, none of this would have happened.
I'm not willing to say that was
You can watch that video 100 times and pause it and rewind it and fast forward it, but all you have to do is watch the first 10 seconds. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. She didn't listen. She didn't listen. Law enforcement, that's the problem in this country. There's no law and order. Nobody wants to listen to police officers.
All right,
They don't, because they hate Trump. They want everything that's associated with him. They have to hate because it's a mental illness to be liberal. Okay, that's what it is.
No.
Anything associated with Trump, we gotta hate it. That is the playbook for all you liberals. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah. Well, I think the
Okay,
only thing
it's mind-boggling. So go memorize, go recite stuff that you're gonna memorize.
I think the only mind-boggling thing here is your own lack of intelligence and your own large, cocky ego. It is crazy how these small-ass men get an ego inflated to the size of fucking Jupiter because they've decided to bend the knee to a wannabe dictator. He ran, by the way. So, anyways, I'm going to try to respond to you one more time, even though you ran away, because I want everyone to hear the answer to your question. So, once again, I did answer your question. I stated that it's generally a good thing to comply with lawful orders directed at you by an LEO, okay? Especially considering the fact that they're the person with a gun, they're the person that could put your safety in jeopardy. And then you went on to say, well, she could have just complied. So, A, I'm not willing to say with complete confidence that if she complied, she wouldn't have been killed, because we have seen many scenarios of people complying with lawful orders and then still being killed. However, even if her compliance wouldn't have led to her death, this doesn't justify her death, because the punishment for obstruction of official police of an LEO's duties is not death. It's maybe a $500 fine. Plus, legally speaking, in accordance with the Constitution, you have a Fifth Amendment right to due process. If anybody is ILL here, it would definitely be you for ignoring the rights guaranteed to us by the Constitution. It would be you for thinking that the penalty for obstruction is death. And it would be you for valuing human life so little and willing to jump on the bandwagon of an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that wants to invade our allies and play wannabe dictator, okay, even when an innocent woman is murdered in broad daylight. But of course, he ran away because people like him, they know that their beliefs will not stand the test of logic, okay? They know that their beliefs will not stand the test of truth. And that is exactly why I do these live streams for 4 hours every single day, is to expose the lies and the hypocrisy of the MAGA mind virus that has somehow convinced people to hate America, disdain our Constitution, and look at others who are supposed to be equal as no better than the dirt on the ground if they're designated as such by their holy Cheeto king. Welcome in, Tay95. Are you a Trump supporter? You have 5 seconds to respond.
I am.
Okay, how old are you?
I am.
Okay, you are. I hear you. Could you please disconnect me from your car's Bluetooth? I don't think that you're moving in your car because I can't hear like road noise. But if you could just disconnect me from its Bluetooth, we'll be able to have a much better conversation because I'll be able to hear you significantly clearer. Hannah, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Hannah. Then Jade, thank you for the $10, who says currently watching, and this is my first impression of Phil, and I hate it. Yeah, fuck Phil. I appreciate you for the $10. Show some love to Jade, who also says, but I also wanted to ask you, could you pretty please clip this portion of the live so I could show it to my friends? So the full recording of our live streams live on my YouTube channel, all 4 hours. So that's a really good way to show it to your friends if you want. As well as Olivia, thank you for the $15, who says, hey, Dean, I heard on Fox News that quote-unquote people are being trained in groups to attack ICE officers. There's no way that's true, right? No, that all goes back to like the George Soros paying all the protesters conspiracy theory. It's complete bullshit, and that's just the right coping with the fact that there's a lot of pissed off, angry Americans, an overwhelming amount, much more than them, that detest the tyranny of the Trump administration. As well as John, thank you for the $10. Let's get 100 John W's down below. Once again, if you are watching the live stream and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, I like what he's doing, you could actually support what we do here. Support me with my Venmo and my PayPal, which you can find in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and at the top of the phone screen. Over on Super Chat, I'd also like to thank Chris for the $10. Thank you so much, man. Tay, go ahead and take it away. Tell us how, though, you still support this insane president, Mr. Trump.
I do support him by all means. Did you? So I'm gonna get right into it. So did you see the body cam footage?
It wasn't body cam footage. There's no body cam footage of the incident.
So did you see the other angle, the front angle?
Are you talking about the cell phone?
I don't think it was a cell phone.
It was,
but it was a front angle.
It's a cell phone.
So,
yeah, it's a cell phone recording
okay.
from. It's Jonathan Ross's cell phone where he records Renee telling him that she's not mad at her as her final words, and then also records his first words following him killing her, being quote unquote fucking bitch. Yeah,
wait,
that footage.
Nah.
Wait, not? Are you saying that's false?
No, that's. Are we talking about the same situation?
Yeah, I just want to be clarified. Are you saying that it is false that her last words were "I'm not mad at you" and his first words following her death were "fucking bitch"?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah, this is a totally different situation. I'm talking about the ICE agent, pew pew, young lady in the
This footage?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the footage that shows her last words were "I'm not mad at you," and his first words following her death were "fucking bitch."
All right, so listen, man. I'm not worried about her last words or nothing like that. I seen the footage. It looks like to me. And listen, it looks like to me she tried to use her car to run the young man over, and you play stupid games. You win stupid prizes, young man.
Okay.
And it's that simple.
Well, old man, quite frankly, you're wrong.
And the accountability is a big thing that we all should,
Oh, accountability is a big thing, but then you let an adjudicated rapist become president and you still continue to support him after he defies Congress and breaks federal law to protect and conceal all the rapist PDFs.
Break federal law?
All the rapist PDFs and pedophiles included within the Epstein files by only releasing 1% of them in the month following the legal deadline to release 100% of them. So super, contradictory, super embarrassing for you, but I digress. Anyways, now going back to Renee Good. So you said it seems to you to be the case, okay, that Renee Good was trying to hit the officer. That's not true. Renee Good told the officers that she was pulling out. And then filmed on his cell phone, you could see her turning her wheel away from the agent. And then, filmed by the bystander footage, you could clearly see the screenshot of the moment he fires his first shot while he's already off to the side of the vehicle with the front wheels pointed away from him. So in order to believe that it seemed to be the case that she was trying to run into him, you have to deny your eyes, because you have to close them when I show you the screenshot of him being to the left and her wheels pointing to the right. You have to deny your eyes again when I play you this video off of his phone where she's clearly turning the wheel away from him, okay? And then you have to deny your ears in reference to
Renee Good was a good
this
woman
video.
who was murdered by an ICE agent, not a domestic terrorist killed in an act that took place in the him.
That shows her last words to be. You have to deny your ears when she says, "That's fine, dude, I'm not mad at you."
To exit hers. Renee responds by attempting for the agent. Once the ICE agents got out of the truck, she told them that she was going to pull out.
And then you have to deny your ears by refusing to listen to her telling them that she's going to pull out.
Let's listen to that again, but this time with the audio processed and clarified.
Do you see how much you have to deny your eyes and ears in order to hold to that position? Click on your profile picture, click the icon of the mic. Dude, I invited you to turn your microphone back on. Here, I'm going to show you how to do it. Your profile picture is at the bottom left-hand corner. Click on that profile picture. You will then see options load up, and then you'll see an icon.
All right, so listen, I'm a father of 3. I would never put myself in a predicament where I could either go to jail or get shot. The lady didn't have her family in mind when she was doing all that.
Holy fucking pivot. So your first argument is that she tried to hit them. I then showed
Listen,
you... I then
she
showed you
should
a
never
video.
been there in the first place.
You're pivoting.
Her
you're pivoting
ass
big
should have
time.
been her ass should have been home with her kids. But instead,
So
she
this was
went
right after she dropped her kid off at school. Now, Tay...
Hey, listen.
I'm going to ask you...
Her ass should have been there in the first place.
All right, Tay, I hear you.
When you play with the law, and you want to get bad with the law, they about to show your ass. That simple. You don't play with the cops.
Okay. So point number 1, okay, I want it to be clear that you are completely dodging and intentionally pivoting away from my sound refutation to your original position. The first thing that you said...
fuck all that, man.
Well, fuck you.
all that,
dude,
man.
Yeah, fuck all of it because you know that you're in the wrong. Fuck all of it because you can't deny your eyes and ears when you have a fact, when you have the facts presented in front of you. Fuck all of it because there's no counter argument. And fuck you because you're willing to continue to believe in this lie even though there's no counter argument. And then you have the gut to continue to say ain't no accountability. Yes, there's no accountability for people like Jonathan Ross, in which just murdered a woman and executed an American citizen in broad daylight, in which you will hop to the illogical and irrational defense of by denying the evidence of your eyes and ears. And then as soon as I force you to open your eyes and listen by putting the videos in front of you, by putting the still frame in front of you, by showing you her saying that she's pulling out, by detailing how her wheel was pointed away from the agent and demonstrating how he knew that the path of the vehicle was moving away from himself because that's what he recorded on his phone while he was looking at her, you say, fuck all of that. Fuck you. And then to follow that up with a second argument, oh, well, maybe, right, if she wasn't there to protest the ICE agents, maybe if she didn't put herself in that scenario, then it wouldn't have happened. You hate America. There's nothing else to say. You hate the First Amendment. You hate the freedom of speech. You hate freedom of protest. You hate freedom of assembly. You hate American patriots like Renee Good speaking out against the system, in which is illegally detaining and deporting people where they've been getting tortured and beaten and sea-caught by just simply going out there to protest and assemble in accordance with the rights in which are guaranteed to them by the First Amendment. And then your response to that was, oh, don't play with the cops. Don't demonstrate your right to freedom of speech. Don't demonstrate your right to freedom of protest. Don't demonstrate your constitutional rights given to you by this document signed into effect years and years and years ago. Because if you do, then the cops aren't going to play and they're going to fucking murder you in broad daylight. And then somehow, in some way, some shape and form, you take out of this that A, you care about this country, even though you disdain the document in which formed it, and B, you support the police, the law enforcement officers, even though you're the one making the argument that they're going to kill you when you demonstrate your constitutional rights, you fucking coward. Oh, and the spineless coward ran away. Who could have ever seen that one coming? Moving on to the next guess. Who could have ever seen that one coming? Who could have ever guessed that he was going to leave?
Jesus Christ. Hold on. Bring me back in a minute. Hold on. Bring me back in a minute.
Okay. Who could have ever guessed that he was going to leave? Just like the last 4 guests did. Who could have ever seen that one coming? A fucking fatality, motherfucker. All right. Yo, Fit Dad, thank you for the $100 over on YouTube. Yo, dude, thank you. Thank you so much, Fit Dad. Fit Dad with the $100. Dan, I appreciate you for that motorcycle. Fit Dad with $100 on Super Chat says, hey, buddy, keep licking those boots. Keep acting ignorant and playing like you don't understand the situation. Quote unquote, play stupid games, get stupid prizes. I pray these people sow what they reap. Fit Dad, it is so good to see you again. And thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for the $100 Super Chat. That is so much money, dude, and completely undeserved by myself. Please show some love to Fit Dad for the crazy amount of love down below. Also, show some love to Chris for the $50 Canadian on Super Chat.
Sick,
Let's get 1,000 Fit Dad W's and 500 Chris W's. Chris with a $50 says, hey, Dean, been following you for months and it gives me hope for the U.S. Keep it up. Also, for the people that think Trump is not a threat, I'm in the process of joining the Canadian Navy because the legitimate possibility that my home could be invaded. Yeah, I'm so sorry that you have to live with that possibility. Thank you for the $50, Chris. Thank you for the $100, Fit Dad. Show some love to Mr. Chris and Mr. Fit Dad down below. Then 2 people with 10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Gradients, thank you so much for the $10. And then Angel with the $10 as well. Show some love to all of our Super Chatters down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Over on PayPal real quick, Mr. Cooper, thank you for the $10 who says, hey, Dean, love the streams. Also, that shirt is fire. Thanks, Cooper. Melissa, thank you for the $13 who says, hey, Dean, did you see Trump's recent remarks with the NYT that the civil rights movement meant white people were treated unfairly? No, but oh my God, are you being serious? Please link me to that, Melissa. Thank you for the $14. Let's get 140 Melissa W's and then 250 Sophie W's for the $25 on PayPal. Yo, Sophie, thank you. Sophie with the 25
this dude's
says,
okay with his kids transition.
hey, just so you're aware, one moment. Just so you're aware, 81 Millions, the current guest, has a post down his page of a man sexually bending over a goat talking about Mamdani. It's pretty brutal to see, and I just want to let you know in case anyone else came across it. Oh my God, Sophie. I'm sorry that I didn't see your donation earlier. Holy shit. That is insane. I'm happy that he's gone. As well as Jane, I appreciate you for the $5. Ben, thank you for the 10 who says, now what the rule is, if you leave your house, whatever happens to you, man, that's wild. Completely insane. And then Taylor, thank you for the $30. Just hold on, man. You'll have the mic in a moment. Taylor with the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Taylor says, just wanted to say that those are the MAGA I'm talking about. I've donated a couple times, but y'all deserve it. Also, you could treat your girlfriend to a nice dinner. Oh, Taylor, thank you. Thank you for the $30. I love you. Show some love to Taylor down below in the chat for that $30 donation, as well as Jenny with a 5. We're all caught up. If you guys are watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, top of the phone screen with the handle, pin message on YouTube with the app. All right, man. How old are you?
26.
Okay, and how many continents are there?
It's me fucking your mom on the side of the bed. That's how many, nigga.
Okay. Well, definitely. Thank you for demonstrating just how A, weird, and B, dumb MAGA is. I think he thought he was doing something there. But see, from my perspective, I'm like, hey, dude, thank you for demonstrating just how like dumb and weird y'all are. Thanks, man. What's up? How old are you?
Nigger, 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 nigger.
Oh, and then we have the white boy coming up here spamming the hard R. Moving on to the next guest. I guess they're just a bunch of racist freaks, right? Moving on to Doc. By the way, guys, have you all been able to notice that so far today we've been live for 2.5 hours and we haven't had a single person come up here and make a single cogent argument? We've had a bunch of Trump supporters come up here,
Can you hear me? Can you
leave,
hear me?
spam the N-word, say that they want to fuck my mom, but we just haven't had like one person just give like a singular cogent argument. For all the fence sitters watching this live, this should realistically convince you that you should no longer support him just because of how insane his supporters truly are. Hi, how old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Where were you born in?
2007.
And are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you support the worst president of your life?
I mean, like, I don't know. I mean,
You
I
don't
like
know-
his policies.
You don't know why you support Trump? Oh, you like his policies.
No.
Let's be very specific. What Trump policies do you like?
I mean, I like that what he did in Venezuela. I like
Oh, that wasn't a policy.
what
I
he's
asked you
trying to
for a
do with
policy.
Sorry. I like what he's doing with the economics and stuff. You know, I'm not the most educated in policies. I will be honest.
Okay, then we probably
Well,
shouldn't
Trump's
talk about
fine.
them. Hey, I just have a question for you. Is there anything that Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him as president?
No, because I feel like the president. It's not more of a personal thing. I feel like it's more policies. You know.
So you're telling me that if he raped your child, you'd still support him as president?
I mean, obviously not. I don't like him as a person. I like his
there is
policies.
some. Well, I mean, you just told me that you're not educated about his policy. So basically, what you're saying is, even though a court determined that he raped a woman, even though he was found guilty for 34 felonies, even though he's now saying that he wants to do a land invasion of one of our allies, I mean, even though he's now endorsing state-sanctioned murder, like even though, okay, he doesn't care about marginalized communities in this country, called all black people lazy in the 90s, even though he was sued by the New York State Justice Department in the 70s for refusing to rent to black tenants, even though, okay, he has 25 credible accusations, even though he's best friends with Epstein, okay, even though all of these things, you don't care because you don't think that we should be looking at a candidate predicated on their character, but rather their policy. But then as soon as I ask you what Trump policy you like, you tell me that you don't know because you don't know his policies. So basically, I think what you're kind of setting up here is a game where we're flipping a coin, and if it lands on heads, you win, and if it lands on tails, I lose. Because you're just going to completely ignore his character because you support his policy, but then you don't know anything about his policy. So in other words, you're basically saying that you're going to completely ignore his character in furtherance of support of something that you know nothing about. Okay, and he's gone. Moving on to the next guest, Josh. Hi, Josh. Do you support Trump?
No. Can I be real? I don't, but I just wanted to
Based, Josh. We are just looking for Trump supporters, so unfortunately I got to kick you, but that's hella based, my friend. Moving on to the next guest. We got Ace loading up in here. Runners be running, dude. Hell yeah, everyone's a runner today. We just got the arguments on lock. Yo, Diana! Dude, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Yo, this just came through. Diana with a $50 donation says to support Dean Withers. Diana, thank you so much for your kindness. I genuinely appreciate you so much for the $50 donation. That is a shit ton of money. Thank you so much for your generosity. I want to see 500 Diana W's down below in that comment section while we're looking for that next Trump supporter to load up in here to have conversation with us. And that is Diana, spelled D-I-A-N-A. Thank you, Diana.
Yeah.
You are the fucking goat. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
40.
40 years old? Trump
40 years old.
supporter? Dude, do you hate America?
I love America.
Okay, what about it do you love?
The freedoms.
So you love freedoms. I'm going to write these down. Continue.
I love owning a gun.
Okay. Guns. Okay. Freedoms, guns. What else?
I don't know, that we're the world superpower.
Being leading superpower. Anything else?
I'm sure there's plenty else. I just can't think right now.
Okay. Well, let's just go. So then you should hate Trump based on the three that you've already given. So the first thing that you said is that you love freedom. Donald Trump hates freedom. Maybe this is why he's having immigrants illegally detained and then illegally deported to Sica in El Salvador, where they're being beaten, tortured, and starved.
And if you like your own freedom, I think that you should stick up for the freedom of others, including Donald Trump's political opponents that he has either indicted or attacked, arguing that they should be sentenced to death because they're not doing what he wants. The most recent, of course, would be the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, who's not reducing interest rates because he believes it's what is in the best interest of this country, going against what Donald Trump is telling him to do, even though what he is doing is not a partisan role and it's not based upon what the policymakers want, but rather based upon what they demonstrate is best for America. Now he's like facing possible jail time. So bold-faced authoritarianism. Not to mention Donald Trump's proposed invasion of Greenland. He says, we are going to get Greenland. We're not going to rule out a military invasion. Of course, going against their freedom of all people living in Greenland because they have a right to self-determination. They have that right to sovereignty, and he wants to take it away from them. So if you love freedom, you should hate Trump. Your second point was that you love guns. If you love guns, you should also hate Trump. In his first term, he passed a bump stock ban, which SCOTUS ruled is unconstitutional, so he's infringed on 2A. And now the NRA has been very publicly outspoken against Donald Trump because he directed his DOJ to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens, even though that is a massive, massive, massive attack on 2A. And then the third thing that you said is you love being the world's leading superpower. Well, being the world's leading superpower would necessitate us to have a good economy and good foreign relations. He's destroying foreign relations. Like literally right now, he might be the reason why NATO is fucking dissolved. And then he's destroying our own economy. Everything is worse today than it was a year ago. Last year, 2025, had the most manufacturing bankruptcies declared since 2003. Since 2007 through 2009. We had the worst job reports ignoring periods during recessions since 2003. Manufacturing investment went down, 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 down. Highest level of unemployment in 5 years, comprised and combined with 1.3 million layoffs. So it doesn't really look like Donald Trump is good for freedoms. It doesn't really look like Donald Trump is good for guns. And it doesn't really look like Donald Trump is good for America being the world's largest and leading superpower.
Do you think that Greenland, it would benefit the United States for Greenland to be a U.S. territory?
I think it would benefit the United States for Greenland to be a U.S. territory in the same way it would benefit me if I were to go and rob my neighbor's house and take their toaster because I don't have one and I want one.
But he's not. Okay, so he said he's not ruling out a military invasion on Greenland.
Like typically stealing benefits people. That's why they steal.
Okay, did he say it's not going to rule out a military invasion of Greenland?
Yeah, not only did he say that he's not going to rule out a military invasion of Greenland, sorry, but he also directed senior officials in the military to draw up a invasion plan.
Well, it's just a bargaining tool.
What?
What's the point in having the world's strongest military if you can't use it to bargain to take on another country? Like,
so you're basically saying the reason why we should have a really big military is for conquest and invasion of foreign countries with legitimate governments. So you just like don't see, so you just don't believe in like the human right to self-determination. You just don't think that the people in Greenland should have freedom.
I think that I live in America and I care way more about America than I do Greenland or Denmark or whoever owns it.
Okay, so basically what I just don't understand what this argument is. So even if you were to care way more about America than Greenland, which I mean, I think that having like this nationalistic view of caring more about an American's life than a non-American's life is insidious. I still don't think that this would justify an invasion of Greenland. That would dissolve NATO. It would completely destroy global relations. It could even start World War III because of Article 5. Okay, but like this imperialistic conquest shit is just absolutely terrible. Like people have rights. Do you agree that people have rights?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you agree that there are people that aren't American?
Yeah.
So then you agree that there's people who aren't American that have rights?
Yeah, that's of course.
Do you think that people who aren't American have the right to self-determination?
They should. Most of them don't because they live in shithole countries.
Oh, okay, like what? Like the people in Greenland living under Denmark. But anyways, all that I'm going to take away from that is because I want to finish my argument here. Just like that's insane. Like what the fuck? But regardless, because I want to finish my argument here. Okay, so you agree that the people in Greenland should have a right to self-determination, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so because the people in Greenland should have a right to self-determination, then we shouldn't invade them and force them to be a part of America.
We're not going to invade Greenland.
Donald Trump literally, once again, directed his military to draw a plan and has explicitly said that he might.
Yeah, he might. He won't.
Okay,
that's never going to happen.
Why don't you think that's ever going to happen?
because he's not a lunatic like you think he is.
Wait. So you agree that invading Greenland would make him a lunatic?
Yeah, that's why he's never going to do it.
So then you're arguing here that your only argument against Donald Trump saying that he wants to invade Greenland is this baseless pre-assumption that he's not a lunatic and that's something only a lunatic would do. I think that this is a perfect example of how at some points in time the MAGA cult will conflict with reality, because they can't deny the fact that Donald Trump wants to invade Greenland because that's what Trump has said, but they're still operating under this pre-assumption that he's not a lunatic, even though they accept that would make him a lunatic. So now this guy's brain is broken because he's arguing that even Donald Trump is saying he's a lunatic, he's not a lunatic.
Okay, so you're acting like you don't know how world politics work.
Well, I mean, the only person acting like they don't know shit about world politics is you, and it's true because you don't.
Okay, thanks for the insult. Anyway,
well, so it's true.
If Donald Trump invaded Greenland, every free country on the planet would be anti-America, which is why he won't do it.
Congratulations! Oh my God, you're starting to see the light. Indeed.
You think people in Greenland? Greenland really think that America is going to invade their country?
He said he is. He said he's going to. Dude, listen to this clip.
No, he didn't say he's going
to.
No.
He said he is. No, he said he's going to get Greenland. With or without them.
You know damn good and well he's going to negotiate with Denmark and the people of Greenland.
No. Denmark's already said that Greenland is theirs. He has no right to Greenland, and that's never going to change.
What about the people of Greenland on their own, like without the consent of Denmark, agreeing to meet with Trump and the United States to negotiate a...
Well, actually, there's been some journalists that have proposed this idea where we could just give them money. Okay, right? Some journalists brought this idea to Trump. They were like, well, what if we were to just like give them $5 billion between like the 30,000 Denmarkians who live in Greenland? And then Trump was like, no, we're going to explore other options for us, like invading them.
Other options first?
Yeah, like invading. He's gonna explore other options before getting the consent of the people.
Okay, you really think Trump's going to invade Greenland instead of paying them, what did you say, $6 billion?
He said that he wasn't going to do it. He said
that's like less money than what
first.
That's like less money than what the Somali scammers stole.
The Somali scammers. You see, the only reason why you call them scammers
don't tell me you don't
is
think
because
that's
you'll
a real
watch a
thing.
video made by Nick Shirley on YouTube and just believe it because you're a pill-brained fucking idiot, completely incompetent. But that aside, don't pivot. Okay, listen.
What about the people in the daycares that don't have children in them? The daycares where if you want to enroll a child, you can't because there's no way to. Nobody answers.
Are you talking about the Leering Center?
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
CNN, the Leering Center, which is, molding the youth of America.
CNN went into the Leering Center, and then the Leering Center showed them their security camera footage from the day Nick Shirley went there, both before and after he was there, with children and parents going in and out. Oh, what are you going to do now? Deny the evidence of your fucking eyes because you got to see the CCTV footage of the children going in and out?
How much footage did they show?
Embarrass yourself. Embarrass yourself.
How much footage did they show?
Enough.
Did they show 8 hours of footage where there's just children inside playing the entire time?
No, they showed it was the outside footage.
Somebody dropping
it was
kids
the
off.
outside footage of kids going in and out.
Okay. In and
but
out?
I thought that you said yes, in and out. So I thought that you said that there was no kids there.
No. Here's what happens.
Oh, by the way, this is a massive pivot away
listen.
from Greenland. Here's Donald Trump saying that he's going to get Greenland.
How much money are you thinking of giving people in Greenland to get them on board with a possible U.S.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay?
The important part there is, quote unquote, rather they like it or not. He is making his intentions as clear as the sky on a sweet summer day, my friend. And you are just so lost in the sauce because you are denying the evidence of your eyes and ears. Okay?
Okay. Have you heard the book Rules for Radicals? You accuse your opponent of what you yourself are doing.
Oh, is that what he did?
Walensky?
Is that what he did to Russia? Oh, wait, I thought that you're opening your eyes. Because he said that Russia and China are going to get it, and that would be really bad.
I thought that was like him doing the rules for radicals thing of accusing his opponent of doing what he wants to do. But you're saying I did that?
Yeah, you just now did that.
How so?
You're denying your eyes and ears. Are there not Russian and Chinese boats docking at Greenland?
I don't think so.
No, there are.
Or so do you think that like there's a threat of a Chinese or a Russian invasion of Greenland?
No, but if America isn't holding
Russian
it,
boats invade docking.
nope, don't put invade. Docking at Greenland.
Nordics reject Trump's claim of Chinese and Russian ships around Greenland. Nordic diplomats reject U.S. President Donald J. Trump's claim of Russian and Chinese vessels operating near Greenland. There have been no signs of Russian or Chinese ships or submarines around Greenland in recent years, citing 2 senior Nordic diplomats, Matt with access to NATO's intelligence briefing.
Yeah, I'm sure the Danish politicians wouldn't lie about something like that.
I'm sure that Trump wouldn't lie about something like that.
So you Trump Danish, you
What's
believe
Trump's
Danish
evidence?
politicians?
Well, I mean, I just how about this? I only believe things when I have evidence. What's the evidence that there's Russian ships around Greenland?
Okay, well, obviously I'm on live with you, so I can't look it up right now.
Yeah, you
but
can.
There is.
You could go on pause and you could go to Google and you could find it, big boy. Come on.
Okay, well, I'm not going to do that.
Oh, so you're not going to get evidence for your claim? Typical of a very lousy and unintelligent Trump supporter, may I add.
Once again, accusing your opponent of what you yourself are doing.
Nope, that's what you just said you're doing. You just said that you are not going to go get evidence. You can't deny that.
Yeah, I've been working all day, dude. I don't feel like Googling.
Yeah,
shit.
you don't feel like getting evidence for what you believe in. Don't worry, bro. We know. I'm not shocked.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, there's no threat of a Russian or Chinese invasion of Greenland as it stands. There's 0.
Well, yeah, an invasion.
They're never going to get the country. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Because they're a part of NATO. Do you know what Article 5 of NATO is?
Yeah, if one of the NATO countries is invaded,
Yeah, attack
all of
against
NATO.
one is an attack against all. So if Russia or China were to attack Greenland, okay, then they would be attacking America. So can we agree that when Donald Trump says that Russia or China is going to invade Greenland, that he's wrong?
We're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor, okay? Or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have.
Can we agree that Russia or China will not take over Greenland? Can we agree?
That doesn't mean that Russia and Chinese boats aren't going to be at Greenland. That there's not going to be Russian assets.
Keep in mind, there's no evidence of that. And you said that you don't want to get the evidence of it. Stop disseminating misinformation on my live unless you have the facts to back it up, small boy. Now answer my question. Can we agree? Yes, there's no evidence of it. Can we agree, okay, that there's no threat of Russia or China taking Greenland over? There's 0 threat of that. Can we agree?
I mean, that would be very stupid of Russia and China to do that.
Right, exactly. There's no threat. So then we could agree that Donald Trump is wrong when he says that if we don't do it, Russia or China will, right?
They're not going to blatantly invade the country. Yeah, that'd be very stupid.
Will he say that Donald Trump was wrong when he said that they would?
I believe that Donald Trump was being hyperbolic when he said that.
Oh, okay. So you think that he was wrong. Just say it.
What did I just say?
You just said that he was being hyperbolic. So what he said on its face value was incorrect.
He was exaggerating, yes.
How do you know that?
How do I know what? How do I know what?
How do you know that he was exaggerating?
How do you know that he wasn't?
Oh, okay. So now you're asking me to prove a negative. So now you're engaging in irrationality. So it is actually your burden of proof as the individual positing the affirmation of the proposition that he was being hyperbolic to provide evidence for that. Now, if you want to shift that burden of evidence to me by arguing, then unless you have evidence that he wasn't being hyperbolic, therefore I could assume he was, check this out. Would you still support Donald Trump if he raped 25 children last night?
Of course not.
Okay, now operating off of your standard of evidence, I have to give you evidence that he wasn't hyperbolic. And if I can't give you that evidence and you were just in assuming that he was being hyperbolic, can you give me evidence that last night Donald Trump did not rape 25 children? Answer my question. Answer my question. Can you give me evidence that last night Donald Trump did not rape 25 children?
Of course not.
Oh, okay, so therefore I could assume that he was.
Yes, you're right. You can't prove a negative.
Okay, so then I want you to go on and apologize to me for when I asked you for evidence that he was being hyperbolic. You turned around, didn't give me any, then said, Dean, what's your evidence he wasn't? Apologize for asking me to prove that negative.
I misspoke, Dean.
It wasn't. You were just wrong. Just own it.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Dean.
Good boy. Now get back to proving the positive. So what's the evidence that he was being hyperbolic?
There is no evidence.
Okay, so then you're telling me that you believe he was being hyperbolic with no evidence?
You act like there's no like.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair description of the MAGA cult. You always try to find a way to fucking squirm and justify what Donald Trump is saying is true, even though it's evidently false, even when you know that you have no evidence for it. You just stood 10 toes behind the idea that he was being hyperbolic when he said that if we didn't invade Greenland, then Russia or China would invade Greenland, because what he said was so evidently idiotic and false, because then Article 5 of the NATO treaty would have been invoked and it'd be World War III. They'd never do that. But instead of just saying, oh God, Trump was wrong, you instead just basically assumed that he was being hyperbolic, then stood 10 toes down on it. Now we finally have your admission that you have no evidence for that claim.
Well, he never said they were going to invade Greenland.
He said that they're going to take it over. That would be an invasion.
No, he said they would take it.
Yes, that's an invasion, sir.
No, that's not an invasion.
What else could it be?
Pay them $10 billion.
Oh.
Greenland Senate's and
so if they convince them to take it over?
Yeah, that's the same thing that Trump's wanting to do.
Okay, so basically, Donald Trump was just saying that if we don't convince the Greenlandians to become a part of America, then Russia or China will convince the Greenlandians to become a part of Russia and China.
No, he's saying that's a possibility.
No, he said that's what's going to happen.
I don't think he said that's what's going to happen. Will you play the clip again?
Because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor.
Okay, yeah, you're right. He said they will do it. I just love how you take everything Trump says literal. Like you've never heard a president speak before.
Okay, I'm just taking for what he says to be reasonably literal, the same way I take what everyone says to be reasonably literal, unless I have evidence that it wasn't supposed to be literal, such as like the obvious connotation of being framed as a joke, satirical, so on and so forth. I'd say it's incredibly fair to take the president as being reasonably literal. Fucking cope.
So the whole like Somali fraud thing.
Oh.
Look, can we just move on from this? We're not getting anywhere.
I could agree that we're not getting anywhere because you're reasonably dumb.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Dean.
It wasn't kind, actually. It was the opposite.
Yeah, it's sarcasm. Do you really don't think there's any like Somali fraud going on in Minnesota?
I don't think that there's been any proven Somali fraud in Minnesota, no.
There's been 90 people charged with fraud, most of which are Somalis.
From Nick Shirley's video?
I didn't hear what you said.
There's been 90 people charged from Nick Shirley's video? Or like in the last like 5 years?
I don't know what the timeline is, but it's been recently.
Like how recently?
I'd have to look it up, but it's been like within the last year or so.
Within the last year? For doing what?
For doing fraud.
What kind of
against
fraud?
the U.S. government? Healthcare fraud, childcare fraud, autism fraud.
Autism fraud? What's autism fraud?
They have like these centers for, I don't have any autistic kids, but they have these centers for autistic kids that like helps them learn or whatever. They're supposed to.
So learning centers for autistic children?
Yes.
So who was charged with fraud for falsely running a learning center for autistic children?
I don't know if that's even one of the people that got charged.
Okay,
was
so
that.
I just want to clarify. So you're just saying that people have been charged with fraud in the state of Minnesota?
Somalis mostly, yes.
What's your evidence that it was mostly Somalis? Disproportionately Somali individuals?
There was a congressional hearing on it, and
Well, no, I don't want you to point me towards a congressional hearing. I want you to point me towards like a mathematic evaluation done on the demographic of those charged with fraud, referencing the 90 cases that you just described.
Okay, hold on. I'll have to look it up.
But by the way, obviously, people are going to commit fraud. Yeah, sometimes people break the law. I totally believe you when you say that there's been 90 people arrested for fraud in the state of Minnesota. Like, okay. Yeah, people do that sometimes, including Trump, by the way. I just don't understand why you're trying to look at a private citizen who's charged with fraud, then reflect that on the party of the Democrats. But then when Donald Trump, the president, is charged and found guilty with 34 counts of fraud, you just kind of ignore it.
He was charged with 34 counts of fraud.
Yes, falsification of business records. He was found fucking guilty, and you don't care.
Misdemeanor that they bumped up to a felony? Yeah, okay.
No, it wasn't a misdemeanor bumped up to a felony. It was a felony.
And it was beyond the statute of limitations, and they changed all that just so they could politically prosecute him.
No.
Yes.
What? You're confusing your claims against his cases. No, the argument about changing the statute of limitations would apply to E. Jean Carroll with a civil grape case, not the criminal court for his 34 felonies. There's no statute of limitations changed for the pursual of charges against Trump for his 34 Class C felonies. You're wrong. You're just saying shit, making it up on the spot as you go. If I was you, I'd be embarrassed.
Yeah, I'm sure you would.
I would be, legitimately, yes.
I don't know how you would sleep at night, Dean.
I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I was you.
Liberal. It'd be so torturous.
Dude, how are you going to call me brainwashed while espousing blatant misinformation? What you just said about Alvin Bragg and the Manhattan DA's office changing the statute of limitations.
Ran on prosecuting Trump.
Wait, a prosecutor ran on prosecuting crime? I'm shocked.
No, prosecuting a person.
Yeah, fucking base. What a patriot. I love Alvin Bragg. I love Alvin Bragg for that. Alvin Bragg is a goddamn American patriot. Now, I want to finish what I was saying before you rudely interrupted me with your 3 brain cells. You said that I'm a brainwashed liberal as you were blatantly espousing misinformation about how they changed the statute of limitations to pursue charges for his 34 felony convictions. You have no evidence that they changed the statute of limitations to pursue his criminal charges because that didn't fucking happen. Okay? So how are you going to sit here and espouse pro-Trump misinformation then call me brainwashed?
Am I unmuted yet? Oh, okay. Here, I'll Google it, okay? Let me
Google it. It never fucking happened. Dude, it never fucking happened. Google it. Okay, and then as soon as you realize that you're wrong, I want at least 5 tiers and a ukulele, by the way.
A ukulele?
Yes, a ukulele with 5 tiers and a heartfelt apology. That's what I want.
While I'm waiting,
No, I don't want to talk about anything else. Google that right now, find your evidence, and while you're doing that, I'm going to thank a couple people. Yo, Sophie, I appreciate you for the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 250 Sophie W's. Genuinely, I appreciate you so much for the $25. Sophie with the 25 says, what's with every MAGA man holding a fish in their profile picture? Well, I don't know. That's just something that Republican men do. They also have it on their Tinder profiles. They put it everywhere. Thank you for the $25, Sophie. As well as Andrew. Thank you so much for the $35 over on PayPal. Yo, dude, thank you. Thank you so much. That is so generous of you, Andrew. Let's get 350 Andrew W's who says, Obama wore a tan suit. Evil Biden eats ice cream. Evil Kamala, weird laugh. Evil Trump starting wars, running foreign countries, ... allowing citizens to be murdered in the street, stealing money from Americans, denying healthcare, starving children. Best president ever. I know, that's about as deep as the MAGA argument goes. It's very good, Andrew. Then he goes on to say, fuck Trump, fuck ICE, fuck MAGA. God, I love you, bro. So based. Absolutely true. We got a truth nuke on our hands, folks. Everyone take cover. Thank you for the $25, Andrew. A couple people to thank over on Venmo as well. On Venmo, Miss Rebecca. Thank you so much for the $25. Show some love to Rebecca down below in that chat for the $25. Thank you so much for your kindness. Who says, quote unquote, she could have just complied, end quote, and she wouldn't have been killed, are the same men who beat their wives and say she shouldn't have smarted off to me and I wouldn't have had to teach her a lesson. Or the grapists who say she wouldn't have worn that short skirt or she wouldn't have been raped. Thank you so much for the love. As well as Ben, thank you for the $10 who says you've constructed a belief system in which the leader is infallible by definition. When he's correct, he means it. When he's incorrect, he doesn't mean it. Damn, fucking fact spin. And then Nelson, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate you for that support, man. Show some love to Nelson down below in that chat for the $20 donation on Venmo. He says, love what you do. Thank you so much, Nelson. Show some love to Nelson. Show some love to Ben. Show some love to Rebecca and Sophia. All of the donors down below in that chat. And if you are one of the people watching this live stream right now, regardless if you're the 19,000 on TikTok, the 6.5 thousand on YouTube, and you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account and the pinned message over on that YouTube stream, as well as the top of the phone screen with a handle. I appreciate you guys for the love. One more here. Hannah, thank you for the $5 Australian over on PayPal. So were you able to find that evidence that doesn't exist?
Okay, so when do they charge Trump with fraud?
2022.
Okay, when was he supposedly committing the fraud?
2015.
Okay, then the statute of limitations for misdemeanor fraud in the state of New York is 2 years.
Okay, so first and foremost, the charge wasn't fraud. It was falsification of business records. And then second of all,
Well,
it
you
wasn't a
just said
misdemeanor. It was
fraud.
a classy felony.
You just said fraud.
I know. Colloquially, we refer to the falsification of business records as fraud. But then point number two, it wasn't a misdemeanor. It was a classy felony.
Okay. Where do you know where that's at? Could you like cite where that came from?
Cite what came from? The jury conviction form?
No. What makes it a felony?
What makes it a felony was that he was falsifying the business records in the furtherance of a second step crime.
No, I know, but like, is there like a legal document you can cite?
Yeah, just go to Google, type in classy felony, New York, falsification of business records.
What makes it a felony?
I just told you.
Okay, I typed in, what's the statute of limitations for falsifying business records? In New York State, falsifying business records can be charged at different levels. The statute of limitation depends on how it's charged. Was it first degree or second degree?
It's first degree.
Okay.
Should prove me right.
What made it first degree?
I just told you the falsification. It was
Okay,
doing it in the
it doesn't
furtherance
matter
of another
anyway.
crime.
Okay, the statute of limitations is for first degree falsifying business records is 5 years from the offense. Which would mean that's past the statute of limitations, bud.
If it was past the statute of limitations, then they wouldn't be able to pursue charges.
Then how do they pursue charges?
Like chances are, like you're probably
No.
You're probably looking at a federal charge or like a charge in another state, or you're looking at the wrong crime. Like, just to let you know, if it was past the statute of limitations, then he wouldn't have been found guilty. If it was past the statute of limitations, then they would have won on appeal. And if it was past the statute of limitations, then they wouldn't have even pressed charges in the first place. Like, that's like a very like cut and dry thing.
Okay, here, I'll read it to you verbatim. A Class E felony if the act was done with intent to commit, aid, or conceal another crime in addition to falsifying records. Statute of limitations, 5 years from the offense. That's the usual felony limitations period under New York law.
Okay, you just said usual.
It was in New York.
So then there's something.
It was in New York.
So then there's some. I mean, can we? I just. Why aren't you able to agree with me?
You
on
said
this?
no. You said he committed the crime in 2015, and they charged him in
2016. Yeah.
Okay, and they charged him in 2022. That's at least 6 years.
The reason why you're wrong is because
I'm not wrong.
Oh my God,
I'm not wrong, Dean.
Then why wasn't that their defense in court?
I was wrong earlier. I admitted when I was wrong.
Why
you should admit when you're wrong.
Why wasn't that their defense in court?
You're wrong.
How am I wrong?
It's past the statute of limitations. It's 5 year statute of limitations.
Okay,
You said
I'm trying to make this easy. I want you to answer my
and
questions. If it was past the statute of limitations, then why were they able to pursue charges?
Because it's fucking bogus, dude. That's why.
Okay, if it was past the statute of limitations, then why did Donald Trump's legal defense never bring that up in the original court case or in the appeals?
I don't know. Maybe they're not good lawyers, but it's past the statute of limitations.
Wait, so you're saying that you make a better lawyer than them?
I mean, obviously, you got charged, right?
Oh, did you go to law school?
Of course not. I'm a mechanic from Texas.
So a mechanic from Texas knows better than Donald Trump's billionaire-funded lawyers? Also, by the way, guys, there's nothing on Discord for
and
me
you
to
still
check.
haven't apologized. You still haven't said, "Hey, Dean, I was
There's
Jared,
absolutely,
I was wrong.
There's
I'm
absolutely
sorry."
nothing on Discord for me to check.
You still haven't said, "Hey, Jared, I'm sorry. You're right.
You're not
it was
right.
past the statute of limitations."
Okay.
How am I not right? I just read you the statute.
The name one lawyer that agrees with you. Just one. One lawyer that's
now
ever made the same case.
Now it's an appeal to authority.
You're
not a lawyer.
I'm just simply
You don't
asking
know?
you. I'm just simply asking you to name one lawyer that has ever agreed with you. Like, that should be really easy, right? Like, maybe
Well, no,
Trump's
I'm not a
lawyers? Like,
I'm not a media guy.
Like, do you think that you just, like, made a revelation that no one has ever uncovered? Like, you were the first person to ever make this revelation that it was illegal for them to pursue charges because it was out of the statute of limitations.
Dean.
Right? Like obviously, because they were able to pursue charges. Obviously, because they were able to find him guilty. Then obviously, because he lost on 2 appeals. And obviously, because none of his lawyers ever made this argument at any point in time whatsoever, forever, okay, that you're wrong. Obviously, there's just like a reason why you're wrong. Okay? Like, that should just be abundantly clear to you. Right? Like, I don't know what that reason is. Maybe it's because what you're reading is false. Maybe it's because what you're reading is like AI and it's just telling you a lie. Maybe it's because I'm wrong on like the year when they pressed charges, or I'm wrong on the year where, he was found guilty when he like committed these offenses, right? There's like some reason why you're wrong, okay? Either predicated off of what I've told you or the research that you've done, because it is impossible for it to be true that he was past the statute of limitations, or else the court case would have been thrown out.
So he ran for president, right, in the 2016 election, which means at the very latest it would be November of 2016 when he would have committed the crime, right?
I don't know. Let's see. How about okay, fine. How about I start doing a little bit of research myself?
It was for his.
Let's see here. DA Bragg. Okay, DA Bragg announces 34 felony trial. Okay, and it looks like 20. Let's see.
What's the year?
Yeah, so I mean, the statement periods include documentation from December of 2016.
Okay. So when did they charge him with it?
I see that they found him guilty in 2024. I don't know when they charged it with him. I just don't see why it matters.
Is that the only crime? Well, because you said he didn't change the statute of limitations. Look it up. You'll be wrong. You'll be apologizing.
Yes, you are wrong. Like, there's no way that you're right. Like, there's just simply no way that you're right.
I apologize to you when I was wrong, Dean.
And you should apologize again.
Better man than you, because I know when I'm wrong. I apologize. Like a decent human being. But you haven't apologized yet, Dean.
Because I'm not wrong.
Oh, okay. So when I prove you wrong, you're not wrong. But
You
when
didn't
you prove me wrong,
You didn't prove
I'm
me wrong.
How did I not prove you wrong?
Okay, you are literally reading off the Google overview. Wow.
No, I'm not.
So I just literally Googled statute of
Wrong.
limitations on first degree falsifying business records in New York. It just literally says what you said verbatim. But then the New York
not what I
State
looked
Unified Court System says statute of limitations fraud is 6 years. So it was, yes, he had charges pressed on him 6 years, within 6 years after this happened.
Okay, are there other felonies involved with this, or was that the only felony?
It was 34 counts of this. So can you concede that you're wrong?
No.
Why?
Because right here, look, I'll read you.
Wait. So this happened in 2016 and 2017, and then charges were pressed in July.
No,
2021.
2017. No, you didn't say 2017.
Okay.
You said December of.
Yeah. So I just did more research. So what he was being prosecuted for was a falsification of business records, 2016 and 2017, and then charges were filed in 2021.
What year in 2016, 2017, or what month?
I just saw documents from December of 2016.
Okay, so what month in 2017?
I don't know.
Why not, Dean? Come on, man, you're the guru.
Because it's completely fucking irrelevant. There's no reason that I would need to know.
It's not irrelevant. Obviously, I've got you flustered. You're Googling shit.
What's the relevance?
So, the relevance is you're wrong, and you won't admit you're wrong.
What am I wrong about?
You're wrong about the statute of limitations. You said, "Oh, it's not falling outside the statute of limitations." It was a good case.
Yeah, it doesn't fall outside of the statute of limitations, or else maybe Trump would have brought that up. Or else maybe Alvin Bragg wouldn't have been able to pursue charges. Like, I just want you to know that when something falls outside of the statute of limitations, you can't pursue charges. You just can't.
You obviously can, because he did.
You're an idiot. Find me one person. I have a task for you. Find me one person on the internet that agrees with you. Find me one person that works in law that agrees with you. Just one. Like literally. I don't care if it's a furthest right, hard right MAGA motherfucker. Find me one hard right MAGA motherfucker lawyer that agrees with you. Just one.
I'll scour the internet for some hard right MAGA motherfucking lawyer.
Yes, you want. Yes, do it.
Okay, I'll get back with you in 3 weeks, Dean.
No, do it right now.
No.
You're scared.
I'm not scared.
Also,
I'm sitting on my couch.
Yeah, but by the way,
But by the way, I just did the research. So yes, the statements that he was being prosecuted for were from 2016 and 2017, and then the charges were filed in 2021. So that's in under 6 years, in accordance with the statute of limitations by the state of New York, in reference to nycourts.gov, statute of limitations chart, NY court help.
Come on, Dean.
So yeah, you're wrong.
I'm wrong. Oh, okay.
Yes,
it took you a good 7 minutes.
Because
Google.
2021 minus 2017
I thought you were right, man.
is 4, and then 2021 minus 2016 is 5, falling within the 6-year window to prosecute this charge.
I don't believe it. I don't believe you.
What don't you believe me on? I mean, I gave you my source.
Well, you didn't believe me when I told you the statute of limitations. You're like, oh, well,
yeah, because I had like really good like inductive reason why you were wrong. My inductive case that you were wrong before I found evidence to prove it, okay, is the fact that if it was outside of the statute of limitations, then Alvin Bragg wouldn't be able to pursue charges, regardless of the fact that it's Trump. You just can't, okay? Because the statute of limitations are clear, cut, and dry. There's no way around them. But then even if somehow he was able to pursue charges, okay, even though, all right, it fell outside of the statute of limitations, then he wouldn't have been found guilty and the judge would have thrown it out. Clear, cut, and dry. It just wouldn't have happened. But even if the judge didn't throw it out, okay, and let the charges continue, then Donald Trump's lawyers would have been able to make the most convincing and compelling argument against the felonies by just stating that, well, when he did it, it was outside of the statute of limitations. But they didn't. And then even if they didn't make that argument, then the jury would have done their research on the law, would have determined that this fell outside of the statute of limitations because the jury has access to all relevant information of the case, but they still found him guilty. And even if none of those things were true, then the Trump administration on their first appeal would have been able to be like, oh, hey, guess what? This fell outside of the statute of limitations, but they didn't. Okay? Oh, and then on their second appeal, they would have been able to say the same thing, but they didn't. That is my very strong inductive case that you're wrong. But now my evidence-based case to prove that you're wrong is the fact that the charges were pressed in 2021 and the fraud was committed in 2016 and 2017. Not to mention a COVID-era tolling order, which allowed charges for 2017 acts, which is where that general window of the statute of limitations came from earlier. Okay? There's just very clear, inductive, and descriptive legal evidence that you were wrong, regardless if it's math, doing 2021 minus 2017 or 2016, or the COVID tolling order, in which allowed for prosecutions from 2017 later because COVID shut down the courts, or the fact that this was not a legal argument made by the judge, by his lawyers on any appeal whatsoever. So you are absolutely wrong.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right. They used COVID to like some COVID loophole to prosecute or persecute the president of the United States.
No, this wasn't a loophole. It was just it's something.
It was a loophole.
No, it's something that all states did because the courts weren't open.
We didn't have Zoom during COVID. There wasn't Skype during COVID.
That made it impossible to prosecute many cases. Okay, so like all states implemented a COVID tolling order to extend the statute of limitations for many things. But that doesn't even matter because the charges were filed in 2021, which was within the original statute of limitations.
Nope. The statute of limitations would normally have expired.
Okay, this guy's just an idiot. No, the charges were filed, okay, in 2021, which was in the normal statute of limitations. However, okay, they couldn't give him an expedited court date because of the pandemic and the courts were shut down. So because of that COVID tolling order, it allowed it to be prosecuted later. You just can't admit that you're wrong and you're dense. Like, okay, I want you to answer me this. This is going to be my last question to you. If it was out of the statute of limitations, why did his lawyers never bring it up?
Well, because there was some COVID-19 loophole.
Okay, did that loophole just apply to Trump?
Did it what?
Did that COVID-19 quote-unquote loophole just apply to Trump?
No, I'm sure they used that to prosecute many like actual criminals. But they also used it to...
That guy's just an absolute idiot. Yeah, sorry, dude. There was kind of like a global pandemic that killed millions of people. And because of that, the courts were shut down for months and months and months at many points in time. What an idiot.
Yo, Mr. Cody, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Holy shit, Cody, thank you so much for your kindness, bro. Oh my God, dude. Thank you. Thank you so much, Cody. I want to see 500 Cody W's for such an incredibly kind donation over on that YouTube stream. Thank you so much for the love. Now, Cody just sent $50. Didn't even attach that message. Cody, if you're watching, thank you so much, brother. Your support means the world. Let's get 500. Let's get 500 Cody W's. As well as 10,000 seconds. Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to 10,000 seconds. And now that I know that, thank you so much. As well as Gradients. Thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says New York City lawyer here. The New York statute of limitation provision, CPL 30.10, permits tolling of up to 5 years while the defendant is continuously outside the state. Trump was living in D.C. between 2017 and 2021. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gradients. So see, that's exactly what I was saying earlier. When I was telling him, right, you know, like there has to be some reason why you're wrong here that neither of us know. All right. Because of the inductive case I was able to give him. Like he just wasn't accepting it. Right. But I mean, hey, Gradients clarified. Thank you for the $20. It's incredibly kind of you. Welcome in, Bite the Bullet. I know that you're a Trump supporter. Quite a crazy one at that. How you doing?
Oh, I'm in between now. I'm kind of like,
really?
Well, there's a lot that I'd like to talk to you about.
Dude, historically, okay, Bite the Bullet. I'm going to be honest. Historically, you are like one of the worst. Like not, let me,
don't be so hard.
But index specifically towards like the idea of like you just being a total like cult member. Okay. Like historically, like I don't know if I've debated many people that have been more willing to engage and just cult gibberish than you. Okay. Right. Not saying that not saying that you are a particularly like overtly evil person. Okay. You've never been a particularly overtly evil person on this live stream coming up here, like just disseminating pure hate. But like I've talked to you about like all like the election, 2020, so on and so forth. And you've just always been like, no, it's not true. And you've just denied evidence about everything. Now you're telling me that you're on the fence. Wow. Okay. What do you want to talk to me about?
Okay. So, well, first of all, I didn't like that you said those things about me. I've actually always said that you are a very intelligent person. And you do have a lot of knowledge about the government and policies and stuff like that. But anyways, getting to the point. With everything that's going on, even with Greenland, you know, Russia surrounding it, China surrounding it, and along with the influx of asylum seekers that have came into America, there have been a long list of Chinese also that have come into America. But in 2019, it was very fascinating to me that, oh gosh, why can't I think of his name? Microsoft man?
Bill Gates?
Bill Gates. He was buying almost 1 million acres of property, and which to me raised a red flag.
Wait,
so
billionaires doing billionaire shit raises a red flag? I mean, listen, like
but buying land.
Me too, but
out
like,
of the blue.
it's definitely very typical for billionaires just to spend an absorbent amount of money on random shit like land.
Well, I'm trying to explain about why I've come to, you know, kind of being on the fence at the same time.
Oh, okay. You're explaining why you're on the fence. Okay, take it away.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure why Trump is so focused on Venezuelan people or Mexican people, and I'm not being racist. I'm just, you know, saying, you know, kind of where they're from. But I have not yet seen or heard anything about the Chinese people, and yet nobody knows that they have bought property. Chinese people have bought over 400,000 acres of properties that are surrounding the military bases all over the United States.
Yeah.
Oh, why are you...
I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it today. I'm sorry, bro. I'm just not going to do it today. Sorry, guys. I've talked about the bullet a handful of times before. I'm going to choose not to go down a rabbit hole of Chinese people. Hi. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, absolutely. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. So your bio says Reality Checkers Network, Conservative Modern Debate Think Tank, and Liberal Deconstruction Network. You know, I think that I'm a conservative deconstruction network. Can I help you deconstruct?
How about we deconstruct each other? Sounds like fun.
Okay. Could I start by deconstructing you on a specific point?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Before I do, I just want to thank a couple people here real quick. Nelson, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Who says, love what you do. How do we get away from super PACs and presidential elections, even with Democrats, besides some like Bernie? By banning dark money. That's how. That's a first step, at least. Thank you. Thank you for the $20. As well as Shannon and Norma. I appreciate y'all for the 5. And then Anne, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says it was because Trump was in office, so the statute of limitations was paused while he was president, which seems to be what that NYC lawyer was describing. Thank you for the $20. And show some love to Anne down below in that comment section. That is ANNYE. Thank you so much. As well as Ben, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much, man. Kelly, thank you for the 5. Then Jay, thank you for the 10, who says Trump did the fraud with the latest count being in 2017. New York extended statute of limitations due to COVID, and the fact that he's out of state. Thank you for educating me, and thank you for the $10. I was wrong on that point. Madeline, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Madeline. With another $5, thank you, thank you, thank you. Then Haley, thank you for the $10, who says, as an attorney, it's incredible to me that he thinks that he could read and interpret a statute better than an attorney. All these people have superiority complexes. I guess fuck me for spending all that money on law school when I could have just used Google. Deadass. Then Kyle, thank you for the 5. And Marissa, thank you for the 3. Oh my god! Yeah! Oh my god! Dude! Michael! Oh my god, bro. Holy fuck. Michael! Thank you for the $1,000 donation on Venmo. Jesus Christ. Michael. What the fuck? What the fuck, Michael? Oh my god. Okay, listen, real quick, man. I don't even think that my words are enough. Just know that, like, I'm incredibly grateful for you. That is above and beyond undeserved, as I always like to add on, because it's absolutely true. And I'm like fucking shocked. Wait, that's real. Oh my god. Michael, with a $1,000 donation on Venmo, says, love you, Dean. Feeling very hopeless because of everything happening with ICE, Greenland, etc. But watching you, Parker, and Santana, and my favorite Congresswoman, Jasmine Crockett, helps me keep what little hope I have left. Thank you for that. Michael, thank you for just the insane level of generosity. I mean, dude, $1,000, I was saying this yesterday, is like most of my rent. You know? That's like, I don't even need to say this out loud because, you know, any adult watching the stream knows this. $1,000 is a shit ton of money. Like, oh, Jesus, fuck, dude. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit shocked. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, Michael. I want every single person watching to please show some love to Michael down below in that comment section. Please, 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 please. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Michael. Listen, dude, would you actually mind dropping a comment on that donation with your like TikTok handle or something so I could personally reach out to you once the live stream is over? I'd really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, dude. As well as Joshua, thank you for the $14 on PayPal. I appreciate that, man. Didn't attach any message. Just sent the love. Thank you so much, Joshua. And then Shane, thank you for the $20, who says it was over 5 years, but the statute of limitations was extended by law passed on crimes because of COVID. Thank you. Thank you for the $20 and the Truth Nuke, Mr. Shane, as well as Melody, Kennedy, and S. Thank you for the $5 and the $2 from you, Kennedy, and S. And then one more person here. Dude, actually, Cody. Cody sent another $50 over on Super Chat. Dude, just saying that you're amazing. Thank you, Cody. Huge shout out to you. Huge shout out to all the donors. Thank you so much for the love, Cody. Show some love to Cody as well down below in that chat. Thank you so much, man. But especially, like, holy fuck, Mr. fucking Michael. Thank you for the $100. Not even 100, 1,000 for the $1,000. Thank you so much, my friend. All right, we're gonna get back to the debates. I don't want to see y'all stop. Okay, with the W's for Mr. Michael, please. Okay, let's make sure that we show Michael his love. Reality checker, I want to ask you a question here because I asked you if I could help try to deconstruct your conservative beliefs. First question, would you still support Trump as president if you knew for a fact that he had sexually exploited women and girls? Naked women and or naked girls.
If I knew for a fact?
Yeah.
Sure.
You would still support him?
No, I'm saying I wouldn't support him. Sure, like I'm saying I wouldn't support him. Do you have those facts?
Yeah, I do. 1 second. Would you
Yeah,
agree
sure.
that the definition of sexual exploitation would include a man abusing his position of power over the position of vulnerability of a woman in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct?
Anything that's unconsensual will be exploitation.
Based. So, actually, let's see if I could just get you out of that Trump cult literally right now. So you just told us that if you knew for a fact that he had sexually exploited naked women and or naked girls, that you would no longer support him as president. And then you just said like anything unconsensual would be sexual exploitation. So here's Donald Trump bragging about sexual exploitation to Howard Stern in 2005. Hopefully, by the time I'm done playing this clip, you'll no longer be MAGA.
You could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
So before I pass the mic back to you, I'm just going to try to describe your two paths. So your first path is to be a man of your word and honestly surprise the hell out of me in the audience by taking that red hat off and honoring your statement that if Donald Trump sexually exploited anyone, you no longer support him, because we just listened to Donald Trump admit to abusing his position of power as the owner of these beauty pageants to then unconsensually barge into the dressing rooms where he then unconsensually looked at the naked people inside, which would meet both of our criteria of what sexual exploitation is. Or you could take the second path of being a deranged cult-like member where you just toss your spine out the window and jump through about a million different mental hoops and continuing to justify your continued support of Trump, even though you said you'd stop supporting him if he did something that I just proved he's done. So it's like, sir, the mic and the floor are yours. Everyone's attention is yours. I'm not going to interrupt you. What path are you going to take since you only have two options?
Well, that doesn't exist in the real world, only having two options, right? But I would like to start off with this, right? Are there other people when it comes to these beauty pageants that are actually in and out of these locations when they're actually doing work at that time? Because we also have to look at the time on how things were actually done, correct? I think that the timing and the years and how the operations of the business worked at that time, that would be relevant, right?
No, but I mean,
Why not?
I could still try to respond to the point.
Okay.
Because
Go ahead.
I think that like unconsensually looking at the naked body of a woman was sexual exploitation 1,000 years ago, as it was 500 years ago, as it was 50 years ago, as it was 10 years ago, as it is today. I don't really think that, the time in which it occurred changes anything. And then the second thing that you said might be relevant were like the standard operation and practices of the business. Well, let's just assume that the standard operations and the practice of this business was to have men unconsensually barging into women's private spaces to look at their naked bodies. We would still say that Donald Trump is guilty of sexual exploitation. And in fact, we just add on that the business in which he managed and run furthered sexual exploitation. But, just to be super clear and specific, according to Miss USA, Miss Teen USA, the only people that were allowed in those spaces were like beauticians, stylists, and hairdressers, and event staff that had to be women. And, this is furthered because in that clip that we just listened to of Donald Trump admitting to these terrible, heinous things, he even added on that there's quote unquote no men around.
Okay, so are you saying that pageant officials, producers, security, and wardrobe staff and judges weren't back there? And these, let's say, beauty pageants for, let's say, minors, because this was the norm. Adult present itself was not abnormal at that time.
So yeah, adult presence of the opposite sex was completely abnormal because it wasn't allowed, as the dressing rooms and the changing spaces where they were naked were private to women.
Wait, where are you getting this reference from? Because if you had a producer that was a male and he was, let's say, inspecting everything that was going on there.
Well, so
Yeah.
first and foremost, it would be your burden of proof to demonstrate that there were male producers that were in and out of the dressing rooms. But I mean, I kind of got you in a stun lock here because even if you were able to prove that, then you'd just be proving that it wasn't just Trump that sexually exploited them, but also other males too.
All right.
But to be more specific,
Wait. So we do have to understand this at this time that male producers, directors, and stage managers, right, lighting, sound, security, were routinely, right, in the backstage, in hallways, and rehearsal areas, and coordinating lineups, cues, and timing. That this is
yeah, and
this is just
all those things take
so,
place at events like beauty pageants.
yeah.
But none of
So
those things
are
take
you
place in the
wait.
changing rooms in those events where there's naked women.
How were these changing rooms set up at the time, Dean?
So they were like a private space. It depends on the pageant. So at some of these pageants, it was a specifically designated private space through a room through the backstage, where they would then, as a group, all right, have almost like a locker room type setup where they'd be able to like store their clothes, get naked, change when needed, and then at other events, it was kind of an amalgamation of the private space where multiple women would change with like only like specifically like singular dressing rooms inside of that private space. And then at other dressing rooms, it was just a bunch of singular dressing rooms within that private space. But, you know, what's true of all of these setups is that there was a specifically designated area for the naked people to be in a private space designed for only women, regardless if that space was for multiple women or just one.
All right. So I would agree with you on this, right? Male producers were backstage, right? Because that's just how these live events work, right?
I'm not convinced. I'm going to ask you for evidence of your claim. Please give me evidence for your claim that the way that these events work was for males to be going in and out of the dressing rooms of the women.
Hold on. I'm going to restate what I said because I don't think that you was listening clearly, right? Said male producers were backstage, right? Because that's how these live events. Hold on. But they were not supposed to be in dressing rooms. I agree, during changing. And that's where, that was never, let's say, I would say a normal practice.
Okay, so then you accept that it wasn't a normal practice for men to go into these spaces, yet Donald Trump did it. This only furthers how wrong it was.
Okay, so hold on. So if he did go into these spaces, right, was he sued at the same time? Or let's say, were parents involved when he was back there? Because there's many different situations that, and if the parents were back there and they allowed this, that would be weird as fuck too. So I would agree with
the first thing I'm going to say here is I want to respond to the first two words you said. You said if he did it. We know that he did it because we listened to him admit to doing it.
Can you play that audio again?
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
As the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, so he said backstage. He didn't say in the dressing rooms.
Yeah, he did.
Where did he say? I just listened to it. He didn't mention nothing about the dressing rooms. He said backstage.
I'll tell you because.
Play it again.
Oh no! I'll just.
He said he went backstage.
Don't worry. I'll tell you. Don't worry. I'll clarify. Because he said that there's naked women changing. So what this obviously means is that the private women's only space where they get naked and change was in the backstage area. Like you had to go through the backstage area to get to the dressing rooms, which also makes sense because that's like kind of how it is. Like all like publicly, like all public events ever is like backstage is going to be like where they prepare. Backstage is going to be where they set up the event. And that will often include like private dressing rooms for women, especially at like beauty pageants. So the changing room would have been through the backstage area. So when he says, I went backstage, okay, he's going backstage to get to the dressing rooms. And that one's just common sense, man.
You said it's common sense. I mean, it would be different if he said, yeah, I went back there, so to say. I went into the dressing rooms. I was looking at these young little girls, and they were amazing. He did not specifically say that he went into the dressing room.
Yeah, he did.
Said backstage.
He did, because he said that in order for him to go into this space, he had to abuse his position of power as the owner of the pageant. If this was just a general backstage area, well, then he wouldn't have to abuse his position of the owner's of pageant. He could just be there because he's a part of the pageant. He also said that there's no men around anywhere. Obviously, it would be very common practice, as you pointed out, for men to be backstage at even a dressing pageant, because they're going to be involved with the production. They're going to be involved with the, with the rehearsals. They're going to be involved with the pre-stage checks. They're going to be involved with all those things. So the fact that he said that he needs this special privilege of being the owner to go into the space refutes the idea that it was a general backstage area. And then the fact that he said that there's no men around also refutes the idea that it's a general backstage area. And then, like, the nail in the coffin is when he was saying that he would look at the women and they were naked. Okay, yeah, women aren't going to get naked to change in a general backstage area where you have the lighting crew that you don't know making sure that you're going to look good on camera once you go on stage. No, you're going to have your own private space where you could get dressed. And this also would make sense considering the Miss USA and Miss Teen USA criteria surrounding who's able to go into the dressing rooms, which would only be other women that are staffing the event for, makeup, hair, so on and so forth. So because of those three facts, the fact that he said that he had to have special privilege to quote-unquote do an inspection as the owner, that wouldn't be true of a general backstage area. He wouldn't need that special privilege. He would just need the same privilege as the fucking lighting crew. The fact that he said that there's no men around, if it was just a general backstage area, why would there be no men around? That makes no sense. We would expect there to be men around, as you pointed out earlier. And then, of course, the nail in the coffin would be the fact that there's naked women changing. Naked women don't change in general backstage areas with men. Naked women change in private spaces just for them.
Yeah, so I would have to be able to see what that backstage looked like, right? Because sometimes they have backstages, right, where they have, let's say, like small corridors or something like that, are still attached to the backstage where you can still see everything. Have you ever been to a beauty pageant?
Okay, well then if he didn't need to go in to see them, then why did he go in?
What do you mean if he didn't need to go to see him? I mean, in this situation, right?
Yeah, see, that completely refutes the idea. You're saying, you get to see it all from the general backstage area. And I completely disagree with that. I actually completely disagree with that. I'd ask you for evidence. I'd ask you for evidence at these pageants sometimes.
Yeah, but like I said
changing
myself,
rooms were publicly visible from the backstage area.
Let me see if I can find a blueprint for this real quick. If that's even available. I don't even know.
Fucking hell, dude. You're whipping out a blueprint to defend this shit.
No, it's not about a blueprint, because let's say if it's an open corridor, so to say, right? In this situation, how are you going to actually look at that situation? It's widely open and they really don't have, let's say, these cubicles or anything like that. Hold on 1 second. If they do not have these cubicles, like you're saying that they did. Because I would actually say in older times that they didn't, because there was situations, because my mom used to do pageants, right? And she would say that sometimes the complete flooring was wide open. So they would literally change right there. They would have their bra or their panties on, and they would change them from one dress to the next and then go back out to the floor and do whatever they had to do.
We know that that's not true of these pageants, because he said that he had abused his position of power as the owner to do an inspection backstage.
You said he abused his position of power?
He said that, oh, well, the only reason why I'm allowed to go in is because I'm the owner and I'm doing an inspection.
Yeah, but that's not this situation. That was the doorbell, bro.
The doorbell?
That was the norm back then. Bro, back then, that was the norm. The producer or anybody that owned a pageant could go backstage back then and do an inspection on everything to see what's going on. That was the norm back then.
Point number
Today,
one,
they changed a lot of things.
If the norm was to sexually exploit the naked bodies of little girls, then you're just saying that the norm was sexually exploitative. But B, no, that's not the norm, and this is furthered by the fact that he says that there's no men around.
Who said that there was no men around?
Fucking Trump.
He said there was no men around?
Yes.
Where?
In the clip.
Let me hear this again, because I didn't hear that part.
If he said that there's no men around, would you concede the argument that it was just the norm and there's men?
Oh, absolutely. Sure. I would actually align more, but I didn't hear that part.
Else, and know that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere, and I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm.
And he says it like,
He
no
said,
men are
he
anywhere.
said, men are anywhere, or what did he say again?
He
Hold on,
said,
play that again.
He said, no men are anywhere, which also just completely makes it evidently true that it was not the norm for men to be going into these spaces, because he's saying it like it's obvious. Like there's no men in their dressing rooms. Like fucking duh. Like Trump is saying like, oh, obviously there's no men in this space. Like that's what he was saying.
Else, and no men are anywhere before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere age before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere.
Concede, please. Concede, please. Quite frankly, I'm gonna need a concession immediately. He's just breathing on his mic. You're not even muted, dude. Hello?
I'm here because I'm just like, I'm baffled just listening to this whole situation right now. That's why.
Like I said, I'm a conservative deconstructionist.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll take that. I'll concede on that. I'm bro. But what I would like to talk to you about, right, is progressive policy. Now we can destruct on the other aspect. I'll concede on that point. You won. All right.
Well, you understand what this means for you, right?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
You know what? I'm not even going to say it in my own words. I want to say it in your words. Was sexual exploitation 1,000 years? Didn't. That is my 17 in 2021. Thank you. Thank you.
Trump is so focused on
Michael. Chat, thank you so much, man. But especially 1,000 for the don't make sure support. Yeah.
Have those facts.
Yeah, I do. 1 second. Would you agree that the definition of sexual exploitation? Oh, here we go. Fuck your conservative beliefs. First question. I want you to listen very closely to this, okay?
I know what I said, Dean. I know what I said. We don't even have to.
Would you still support Trump as president if you knew for a fact that he had sexually exploited women and girls? Naked women and or naked girls.
If I knew for a fact?
Yeah.
Sure.
You would still support him?
No, I'm saying I wouldn't support him. Sure, like I'm saying I wouldn't support him. Do you have those facts?
Yeah, I do. 1 second. So are you like totally conceding like the pro-Trump worldview? Like are you no longer a Trump supporter?
I mean, hey, if he's sexually exploiting children, that's a problem. Absolutely. And if he's admitting to it, that's even more of a problem that he's allowed to do that in the general public and not be held accountable for it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm looking for like an explicit answer because I just feel I'm not accusing you of this, by the way. I'm not accusing you of this. Okay. But often like we'll have people come up here and be like really slimy and really sneaky by like with their words. So I always look for like explicit, like direct answers. So and I'm not accusing you of that, by the way. I'm just saying that's typical of a lot of the guests we'll have up here. So like with like an explicit
let me clarify something.
Do you still support Trump as president?
I can't support him on that aspect, no.
On that aspect. See, we're so
on
close.
That aspect, hold on. I cannot support him on that aspect, meaning that I have to sit back and question my life right now when it comes to that aspect on why I support him. I didn't know that he was doing it like that, right? So I have to question things. But when it comes to my conservative and Republican views, that's not going to change.
We're almost there. Yeah, we're almost there. Where I'm going to allow you to like take the mic and ask me about like progressivism and whatnot. We're almost there. But like what I want to point out is I feel like there's like almost like a rhetorical sleight of hand being done by you right now, because in the clip I just played, you didn't say that you wouldn't support Trump on that aspect if you knew that he'd sexually exploited women and girls. You said that you wouldn't support Trump overall.
So Dean, have you ever, I'll put it to you like this. Have you ever, let's say, notice something and then it takes you some time or you have to digest everything?
Oh my God, yes. So is that what you're experiencing right now?
Yes, exactly. Okay. So when it comes to that, so we literally just have to leave it at that. I have to digest some things. You get what I'm saying?
Well, when it comes to that, you are completely correct. No, so it's cognitive dissonance. I've experienced it at many points in my life too. Like for instance, okay, right? Like when I was like kind of going from like strong Christian to agnostic, like it took me like a while
after being given compelling arguments that I could logically understand as falsifying my belief in Christianity, to like connecting that logically compelling argument to my actual belief. It's almost like a disconnect of your rational and emotional faculties. And I think the fact that you could recognize that disconnect between your rational and emotional faculties is what will ultimately lead you at some point in the future towards making those two things connect. So I completely accept that. I completely accept that. That is an incredibly true answer. So yeah, what else do you want to talk about, man?
Yeah, so I would like to talk to you about progressivism, right? The concept of progressivism, because I have a very strong disdain towards it. And I would say ultimately that has lined up my votes personally into, let's say, more of the the Republican / conservative direction. All right. So what benefits would you say that clearly, right, benefit Black people, because I am a Black individual, when it comes to their upward mobility? Because when I've been looking at progressivism and also looking at a few studies, it actually shows that progressivism still benefits white people more than any other, let's say, demographic when it comes to race.
Okay, sounds good. So here's my view. I think that the Democratic Party, especially in modern American history, has made a lot of direct promises to Black Americans that either they haven't followed through on or have followed through on, but only in an indirect manner. So I don't really dispute that. Like, for instance, there's not been like a policy passed by Congress driven by the Democratic Party, okay, that has been designed to specifically target and directly benefit Black Americans. That's a fact, okay? And no one can contest that fact. And I think where I fall is A, recognizing that fact so we could continue to push for a brighter future of the progressive movement and of the Democratic Party that includes those more direct lines of benefit for groups of individuals, including Black people in this country, that have historically experienced oppression to the furthest extent of what that can mean. I mean, like 300 years ago, on top of slavery, Black people's skin was being used to make leather, and their teeth were used as jewelries. We can't just ignore that and its impact historically, and then the overreaching impact in which still hurts Black Americans today through discrepancies in socioeconomic crime rates. Socioeconomics, through discrepancies in crime rates pushed by over-policings of predominantly Black neighborhoods, and the fact that 84% of exonerations in our criminal justice system account for Black people, redlining, so on and so forth. All right, but what I will say is that as it stands, with material benefit, our best bet is to vote for the progressives while pushing for a betterment of the movement to be in more direct benefit of marginalized individuals, instead of turning around saying, well, because you guys haven't pulled through on all of your promises, because you guys haven't directly benefited marginalized communities enough, that we're now going to support the man in the party that label Black and brown people as the poison of the blood of our country, as the party that looks in Black and brown people like the violent invaders that we need to end our constitution over, to strip their due process away, to illegally deport them to Sica in El Salvador with no due process. That's, relabeling the N-word as DEI, just to blatantly spread over all Black people in all positions of power, to say that if they fuck up at all, that it's obviously because of the color of their skin and the fact that they got that job while not being qualified. And about a billion other examples, which are absolutely true. And just to reduce that all down into one sentence, I don't think that the Democrats are doing enough, but I still think that they're materially better than the Republicans.
Okay. All right. That's a personal opinion, right? So either way, we're just talking about words, right? Either it's from the left or from the right, right? I don't care about the verbiage.
Oh, you care about the material impact. Okay, well then...
Yeah, absolutely, right? So, and this is what my point is. So somebody could be sitting here gaslighting me and tell me, oh, we're going to do this, that, and the third. Yo, what's up with that background? That's crazy right now.
Hey, Santana, welcome in, man.
All right. So, so once again, right? It could either be that we're going to make these promises and not enough happens, right? Because I believe that ownership, we understand this, is the number one thing, right, that actually creates generational wealth, which you can transfer. You can use it to operate and open up businesses with equity and a lot of other things. My thing is that the progressive policies do not create this. They do not give, let's say, have this exchange to where we're like, okay, we're going to make sure, right, 100%, that you guys are going to be able to have full-blown ownership. We're going to invest the money. That way the ownership happens, right? This is not happening. What we're getting is, oh, yeah, we're going to give you the ACA, or we're going to give you this progressive policy or that progressive policy, but it doesn't create ownership. Right.
I
To where
think
black
that
people,
I would agree that it doesn't directly create ownership. However, I would argue that it would directly inspire ownership to a higher degree than the outcomes of policies that we see from the right. And I can explain how, but I'm interrupting you, so I want you to be able to finish first before I explain how.
right. But my other issue is this, right? So if you are going to not offer the direct ownership aspect of it, you're giving us nothing. That's just my opinion, right? It's just like, okay, we're going to sustain you guys, but we still want you guys to be dependent on us when it comes to your votes.
Okay, I disagree with
That's
that.
how I look at
So
it.
I would argue that the progressives and Democrats don't view it in the sense of wanting to keep black people dependent, but rather just going back to what I said earlier of wanting to not doing enough. It's not a question of wanting to keep black people dependent or
But
down,
wouldn't you say,
but rather not
but,
doing enough to help like increase these things. Like I could give you a couple examples here. Like for instance, like what's a really good example here? The Big Beautiful Bill. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the Big Beautiful Bill reduces the after-tax income and purchasing power of over half of this country, focusing on individuals making at or under $51,000 per year. And on top of that, it's taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans and food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans. The socioeconomic standing of the average white American is higher than that of the average black American because of slavery, systemic racism, and all of its aftermath alongside what is actively true today. And because of that fact, okay, when we're reducing the purchasing power of the lower 50% and increasing it of the upper 50%, we'll also then fucking over low-income Americans further because we're taking their healthcare away, because we're making their premiums like 300% higher through the ACA, and because we're taking their food stamps away. That is going to be a negative impact, and which is disproportionately experienced by black Americans when compared to white Americans because of everything I just described. So in other words, this is policy in which is indirectly transpiring a lower level of ownership, per your own words, as it would relate amongst black Americans, compared to the policy of the left, like focusing on supporting these social safety nets, focusing on giving the purchasing power back to the middle class, reducing the income inequities that are experienced between the average American and the average top 1%er, which in turn indirectly disproportionately benefit members of BIPOC communities because of those lower socioeconomic standards for the reasons I've already prescribed, which is just the material outcome in which is better. I'd rather indirectly benefit marginalized people than directly hurt marginalized people. And we also see this to be true outside of policy related just to the economy, but also social policy like abortion. Okay? 58% of women that access abortion do so because of reported financial instability. Once again, for all the reasons I just described, okay, that is going to include a disproportionate amount of black women. So when we are restricting and banning women's access to abortion, okay, we are disproportionately disenfranchising black women in this country compared to white women in this country. And because the predominant reason reported for poverty within women is childbirth, is in raising that child, in becoming a mother, basically what we're saying is not only are we going to disproportionately disenfranchise black women by infringing on their access to healthcare and taking it away, but then we're also going to disproportionately ensure that black women are even more likely to experience poverty because they no longer have what in many scenarios is viewed as an alleviant to said prospective poverty and a prevention of more financial instability of abortion.
yeah, okay. I mean, that was a couple of different things. So we're going to go to let's housing right now, right? When it comes to the housing policies, for example, aggressive rent control. Well, like I live in New York City. This is something that's happening right now under Mandami, right? He came out with the COPA Act, right? Well, what the COPA Act does, right, is basically it puts the state or let's say these other corporations that are operating for the state, let's say nonprofit organizations, the benefit first before a private entity could actually purchase a property. My issue with that is, for example, being a black person that is, let's say, middle class, okay? That actually stagnates the opportunity to actually generate maximum profit off of that property. But yet, they make the argument here, right, that owning property is racist, right? This is coming from Mondami and his team himself. But at the same time, let's say if it's, let's say, a property over 3+ rooms or 4+ rooms or whatever it might be, right? What they're doing is now they're going to be holding people hostage, right, in order to get rid of these properties. So now let's say you, Dean, you're, let's say, outside from New York and you want to buy my property. Let's say it's worth $2 million. Okay. Well, what's going to happen is then if you make that offer, I have to tell them what your offer is. And now the state, right, or the nonprofit organization, right, can now, let's say, oh, we will offer you 1.7 million, right? And then they have 120 days to actually allow this thing to come through, which could have then at the same time prevent you from actually purchasing my property, which would allow me to generate more money, right?
Here, I'm gonna give the mic to Santana real quick so he could talk on this, and I could go use the bathroom. But what I will say is, I think that you're trying to frame this concept of benefiting the capital owners more than the working class as like an anti-racist perspective, which I think has been historically proven false, and definitely not something I would believe to be true today either. But I'm gonna pass the mic off to Santana so I could quickly go take a piss. I'll be right back, everyone.
Yeah. And hey, reality. So just to make sure I have this correct, and tell me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're saying that the support for you comes in with the fact that you think Democrats or the Democratic Party is doing things that are harming Black people instead of helping them progress.
Yeah, absolutely. The upper mobility is not like equivalent or equal to, let's say, white people.
Okay.
We're progressive policy. Well, hold on. And I would also say we could actually use specific cities like New York, Detroit, Baltimore.
Sure. Hold on. I don't want you to go too far. But so the one thing that I haven't heard you say, which I would love to hear this specifically, what has the Conservative Party done that has actually helped Black people grow with any type of upward mobility, like any type of legislation that's been passed, or even hell, any type of Black people within the Trump administration that has been able to exceed in multiple ways, like anything?
Well, I would say, first of all, we would have to look at the situation from the grassroots. Do we actually agree on that first before we even like jump up the ladder when it comes to, let's say, the Fed and et cetera?
Well, I think that when you start talking about like hyper specific areas like New York, I can't push back on your premise as far as what Madani is or is not doing in New York. I'm not intimately up to date with what's happening in New York, but I can talk about the overarching effect of the federal policy, and that's why I would love to actually have a conversation on a federal level instead of a state level. So,
Right.
Can you give me anything within the federal level?
Right, and I actually completely agree with Santana there, okay? Because restricting people's access to Medicaid and food stamps reduces economic mobility, okay? Driving our country into a near recession, only adding a little under 600,000 jobs to the economy last year, which is the worst job report since 2003, excluding recessions, just destroys economic mobility. Okay, reducing GDP growth reduces economic mobility. Doing things like reducing the purchasing power of the working class kills their economic mobility. Increasing the health insurance premium of the working class also kills their economic mobility and reduces ownership, by the way. So it's like all the policy that we've seen coming out of the Trump administration is strategically designed to target and destroy the economic mobility and purchasing power of the working and low class, right? And in fact, compounded by the socioeconomic description I gave you earlier of how the average socioeconomic status of a Black American is lower than that of a white American because of systemic racism, slavery, and its aftermath. These facts would actually disproportionately hurt Black Americans. So if we could agree on that basis that the Trump administration is destroying purchasing power and economic mobility in this country, and this is a fact in which is disproportionately harming Black Americans more than white Americans, I just don't see how you could possibly sit here and argue that you support Trump as president or that you support the Republican Party because you think they're better for the economic mobility of Black Americans.
Okay, so my issue is when you guys want to argue the federal point, but for me, like federal policy isn't abstract. It forces incentives downstream. Okay, where grassroots outcomes are shaped by federal rules, funding and penalties. Okay.
Right, but hold on. But see, the premise though is you. But wait. The only issue that I have with this argument is that you're bringing a local and state level issue, but national conversation. I will give you this. I'll even say this. In certain situations, I think that Republicans are better for local and state level politics in certain situations than Democrats. But overarching, and talking about the whole, thinking about the entire country, the federal level, that Democratic policies actually are better. So again, you having this lower level, we can agree that grassroots and lower level politics affects our day to day, but having a better understanding as far as how these policies are being passed down from head up, especially the way that this current administration is trying to kneecap governors and reduce what they can or cannot do, removing funding from them, and that's completely irrelevant in the moment. That's why we're talking about, on the background, why do you support Trump, not why do you support Mandani?
Wait. I didn't even say nothing about me supporting Mandami or not. I just wanted to specifically.
Yeah, no, I was just throwing his name out as the politician.
But like, can you?
But I specifically said to Dean that I would actually like to talk to him about progressive policy.
Are you basically telling us that you agree with the progressive policy of the federal government and you disagree with the Republican policy of the federal government, and this is why you're going to continue to vote for Republicans to represent us in our federal government?
No, what I'm saying is that when I'm looking at this whole situation, that federal policy sets the incentive structure, right? But states and cities, I would say, optimize behavior around it. So when it comes to...
Man, I appreciate you for coming up. I'm sorry, I did just disconnect you because I'm not really getting a coherent view from you. And I already got you to concede that you don't really support Trump as president.
Like, that makes no sense. You want to talk about like state and local level politics, but you don't want to talk about that's why I said, like, hey, what's one thing that the Republican Party has done, or even hell, one black person within Trump's administration that's progressed? And he had nothing. He wanted to talk about grassroots. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Oh my God, dude.
Anyway.
Yo, we just hit 100 million likes on the TikTok account.
I was wondering why people kept spamming that. I was like, what are they talking about?
Yeah, like on the TikTok
That's
account.
fucking crazy.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm getting a little bit of feedback from you, Santana, and it looks like you're busy.
It's okay, I gotta go.
Yeah, you have a good one, Santana.
Have a good one.
Thanks for coming up. Show some love to Santana down below in that chat. And brother, dude, that is awesome, man. Fucking look at that. 100 million likes. 100 million. That's fucking crazy, bro. That's crazy. Like on my TikTok account as a whole. Man, that's nuts. That's like a third of the US. That's crazy. That's so insane. Here. By the way, guys, we're not talking about the stream likes. I actually thought that at first too. Like in the top left-hand corner, it says 3.5 million likes on the stream. But if you click on my TikTok account has 100 million likes, and we just hit that. So it's really cool. Here, I want to thank a couple people real quick. Dude, Mr. Cody, I appreciate you for another $100 over on Super Chat, dude. Oh my God, Cody, thank you so much for the love. That is crazy. And then FitDad CEO, thank you for the $100 as well. Cody and FitDad, holy fuck, you two. Thank you both so very, very, very much. I want to see 1,000 Cody W's and 1,000 FitDad W's down below in that chat. Please, please, please. FitDad with the $100. Thank you so much, my friend. Says, as a black man with daughters, it is sickening to me to hear another black man defending this reprehensible behavior and the fact that so many men tried to find excuses for this garbage. He was creeping on young women, period. Do better. FitDad, thank you. Thank you so much for the $100 and the incredibly true words. I think that so many people need to do better. Thank you so much for the $100, dude. And then Cody, same thing to you. Cody just said that you're amazing. Again, dropped a little YouTube sticker. Cody, I hope that you're still here so you could hear me show you some love. Thank you so much for your kindness, YouTube. Show some love to FitDad and Cody down below. As well as Karen, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, can I get a Let's Go Steelers? I don't know. Do I like the Steelers? Chat, what are our thoughts on the Steelers? Are they doing good this year? What are they looking like? As well as Tyler, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Show some love to Tyler down below in that comment section. Thank you for the $15. Everyone to say no, Karen? I don't know. I don't know. Should Let's Go Steelers? Are they killing it? See, I'm a little bit more tuned into college ball. Ryder, thank you so much for the $10, who says, you've totally changed my mind. Now I'm a quote-unquote radical leftist. Quite frankly, keep doing what you do, Dean. Ryder, that's fucking awesome. You know what, Ryder? I actually see you in here like almost every day. I know your TikTok account. Your profile picture is a picture of a dirt bike, and then your name is like Ryder with like a couple emoji numbers after. I don't know why I know that. It must be because like I literally always see you in the chat. So that's awesome. Thank you for the $100. As well as Rachel, thank you so much for the $25. I appreciate you so much for the love. He says, if you haven't done this, by the time you get this message, if you aren't already done by the time you get this message, could you please ask the guest how he feels about Donald Trump saying that civil rights led to white people being treated very badly? Oh, fuck. That would have been great to bring up. I wish I would have seen that. Rachel, thank you so much for the $25 and the great question that I should have asked. Thank you so much, Rachel. Let's get 250 Rachel W's, as well as Shannon. Thank you for the 10. And then Josh, thank you so much for the $20, who says, did you see that Fat Oompa Loompa declared himself the now acting president of Venezuela? I did see that Trump posted something on his Truth Social declaring himself as the acting president. Fucking nuts. Thank you for the $20. Actually, man, you sent that one twice. Josh, let me know if you didn't mean to send that twice, but if you did, thank you. Thank you for the $40. I'm just going to go and assume that you only meant to send it once, though, so let me know if that's the case. Thank you so much, Josh. Let's get 400 Josh W's down below. And Lynn Lisa, thank you for the $25, who says, please look up Sasha Riley Epstein victim. It's on Substack. We need help if it's true. Sure, I'll look that up. Thank you so much for the $25 and the good call out. Show some love to Lisa down below in that chat. As well as Miranda, thank you for the 1, and Susanna, thank you for the 5. And then I just scrolled down to 44 minutes ago. Dude, I'm still now seeing Michael's $1,000 donation. Oh my God. Michael, fucking hell, dude. Once again, I know that we went over this like an hour ago. I just need to repeat it. Thank you, dude. Fucking hell. All right, let's go to catch up on PayPal real quick. Georgia, thank you for the 1. Sal, thank you for the 1. Then Exquisite, thank you so much for the $25. Let's get 250 Exquisite W's with the $25, who says, Dean, thank you for fighting a great fight and making the heads of MAGA go pop. Dude, we made a bunch of MAGA people lose their shit today. I feel like we honestly had more MAGA people run away than we had like stay up here for a debate. As well as Mel, thank you so much for the $15, who says, just got a job offer closer to my dream of New York City, singing teacher on lock, wanted to share the joy. I'm proud of you, Mel. Fuck yes. Thank you for the $15, and I hope all goes well. All goes well. And then Ella, thank you for the 2. Then Francis, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for that love, Francis. And then Jada, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Okay, guys, at this point in time, I am not gonna lie, I'm pretty tired. I think that you could probably tell by kind of looking at me. I kind of look rough. I kind of look pretty rough. I think that we are going to try to do one more debate before we get off here for the night. Then one more donation. Gene, this just came through. Thank you for the $20 on Super Chat over on YouTube. Thank you, Gene. Gene says, Dean, thank you for working so hard to educate us. Listen, I am so happy that I have this platform and that we can use it to legitimately change minds, okay? It just means everything. It genuinely just means everything to me, man. I love it. I love it. I love the fact that we have an ability to genuinely change minds. And we change a lot. We change a lot of minds. Contrary to what some people may say. Dude, the guy that was like screaming about how mentally ill is back in the queue from earlier. What was the first thing I said to you when you joined a while back?
Why'd you hang up on me, man?
Because you got a restriction for harassment and bullying. Like I told you you would unless you censored yourself.
How come when the debate doesn't go your way, you just hang up?
I'm actually...
Why are you laughing? Because it's the truth.
I'm not the one that gave you that flag. TikTok was the one that gave you that flag.
Yeah, okay. Give me a break.
The flag was on your screen too. You saw it.
You're such a child. You're really a child.
Is your wife calling you a child? He's still connected to the live. He has the ability to speak. Hello? Did your wife just call you a child? I think he's leaving. I think his wife did call him a child. And he leaves. Oh my goodness gracious. Holy cow. Holy cow. He's gone. He's gone. Hey. Nyla, thank you for the $1. I just read that to myself. Thank you so much for your kind words. I do. I appreciate you. Oh, then. All right, let's go to get that next guest up here. We'll try with one more person. Oh, actually, Parker's in the queue. Parker could join us for last debate.
The same person where it happened on my live, or that happened recently on my live, and like the guest got roasted by their significant other, and it was hilarious.
Really? That's really fucking funny. I mean, it might have been. I don't know. But like that guy was up earlier, like screaming and shouting at how he thinks like all Democrats are mentally ill and all this shit. Then he got banned. And then he came up again and he was like, "Why did you kick me? Why did you kick me? Were you losing the debate?" And then his wife called him a fucking child. And then he just went silent, didn't say a word, and left. That was great.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate to happen, to be honest. That's gonna be clipped.
Yeah, you want to hang out? Like, I was actually literally just about to end my stream. You want to hang out with me for my last guess? Or you want to go live?
I'm absolutely down to hang out with you, last guest, until you get off live, man.
Cool. Let's go to get that last Trump supporter of the day loaded up into the live stream. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio over on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and top of the phone screen as well on the stream. Hey, William, do you support Trump? Maybe not. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We also had Philip in here for a while earlier. He's kind of losing his shit. Hello, do you support Trump?
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody.
So, do you have an argument for why Trump is a good president, or do you just have a song? He just has a song. Move it on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the live. There's a high chance that this next guest may be a troll, but their bio says Dina's scared to debate me, Parker's scared to debate me, all liberals are scared to debate me. Hi!
And Dina is my daddy, I love you!
Dude, that fucking fetus needs to quit it. It's that same
fetus.
fucking
Screaming fetus.
It's that same kid, dude. It's the same kid. Ugh.
Why are you talking about me, Dean?
Oh, I was talking about Phil, and then you're saying that I'm talking about you.
Yeah,
so
that's
you
crazy.
accept
He responds to
No,
Phil.
but
This way.
you're
because
Phil.
you people maybe, but
No. I was talking about Phil, then you joined and asked why we're talking about you. So you just affirmed that you're Phil.
No, that's not how because that's what you people call me.
Yeah, wait, so then you understand that your name is Phil?
No, my name's not Phil, but that's what you crazies call me. Oh, and there's King Duffy. You guys are. He told me next time I'm up here to tell you guys you're scared to debate him or whatever. King Duffy, the guy you guys make fun of for not getting no girls or whatever.
King Duffy has like 5 brain cells.
Yeah, he does. He calls me Phil too, so really I don't care.
I haven't brought really King Duffy up for more than a second since he made a joke about Parker's girlfriend. I thought that he said something incredibly rude.
What did he say?
And fucked up about Parker's girlfriend.
What did he say?
It's on Parker if he wants to repeat it or not.
Okay.
It's his call.
Well, either way, dude, like, you need to tell you and your fan, and like, I've already seen one clip. You guys are trying to make fun of me because of my repost. I figured out it was my sibling who reposted those videos.
No, it was you, bro. Don't lie.
No, it was not me.
Yes, it was.
They came on my TikTok account and was reposting on my phone.
I understand it is kind of embarrassing to watch.
It's not. I didn't.
Actually,
no,
you know
I don't
what?
watch
No,
Miss Rachel.
It's not embarrassing at all.
Dude, just stop. I did not repost that.
Oh my god, can you pretend to stick the gum to your nose, Phil? Oh
Dude,
my god.
my name's not Phil! Stop bullying
Let's
me!
keep
Dude,
watching.
You guys are so inconsiderate!
Phil?
My name's not Phil, stop!
Phil, where's your nose? Where's your nose, Phil?
Dude, my nose is on my face!
Oh, wait, you know what Miss Rachel has to say to you?
Stick it to your
My name, dude, stop!
Where is your nose?
I know where. Stop!
Wait, where's your nose, Phil? Where is it? Where's your
She's
nose?
annoying. I don't want to talk about.
No, Phil.
listening to
Phil,
her.
where's your nose?
My nose, dude. I know where my nose is.
Where is it?
I know where. Stop talking to me like that.
No, where's the nose? Where's your nose?
Stop!
No, just answer the question. Where's your nose?
No, dude. You better, dude. Stop.
Where is it? Where's the nose?
My nose is on my face.
Oh, you want to know what Miss Rachel has to say about that?
I don't care.
You did.
You did it.
Turn it off.
Stick it to our nose.
Dude, turn it
Your
off.
elbow. Where's your elbow?
Where's your elbow, Phil?
Dude, I know where my elbow is.
Where is it?
Dude, it's on my arm. Oh my gosh, you're trying to make me be stupid up here, and I'm not.
Good job.
Dude.
Your shoulder.
Where's your
Turn
shoulder?
it off.
Where's your shoulder?
God, dude, stop. You're not funny, Dean Withers. Stop it. Stop.
Phil.
Damn it, Parker, shut the... Dude, shut up.
Phil.
Stop. Dude, like, I'm genuinely, every single one of you, I hope you guys are going to talk to my lawyer. That song that they made of me, I'm already getting my way to getting that taken down. No, turn it off! Dude, stop.
I'm not even playing. I'm just playing your post.
I don't want to, dude, my post, yes, that's a great post. I'm unretired, though.
You need to calm down.
I'm calm, bro. I thought you were about to play the song. I thought that was the song there for a second. My bad.
No, you're not calm.
I'm calm. I've been calm.
No, you're fucking not.
Stop using vulgar language, bud.
Phil.
My you're not talking to me. No, you're not talking to me. Stop. Dude, and you two are just bullying me, bro. Dude, Parker, you know Eugene owns you too, bud.
No, Eugene got cooked.
Turn it off! Turn it off! Turn it off! Now, turn it off now!
We are filled.
Turn it off! Bro, I don't want to hear this. Turn it off! Dude, that song is so... Dude, it's bad.
We are Phil.
It's not a good... Dude, dude, you two are... Let me get Eugene up here, bro. Like, you guys...
Who the
fuck? And I got a restriction. Yeah, bye-bye.
Who the fuck is Eugene?
That's his friend. That's just like him. It's Phil Jr. That's actually what we call him. Phil Jr. I can add him up if I see him in the guest box.
Who the fuck is Eugene? I don't know if I've ever met Eugene.
Yeah, he's a new one. He's a new one.
Okay, he's a new person.
I don't see him.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, wait. Oh, dude, the guy whose wife told him to stop acting like a child's back.
Let's see what happened.
Hello? Hello? Oh, he tried to change his profile picture to make it seem like it was someone different. He didn't expect me to know that it was the same guy. It's okay. I could forget that your wife told you that you're acting like a child. It's okay. I could forget that. Why isn't he saying anything?
Oh no, the embarrassment.
Hello? You're on the live. You're here. What is he doing? What is he doing?
We are Phil.
This is weird. This is really weird. Okay.
I think they gave up.
Yeah. Yeah, what an interesting guy. Hey, Henrik, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, keep cooking them, Shelfdean. Hashtag we're Phil. Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Who says, but Miss Rachel's an amazing person. W, Miss Rachel, gotta love her. Tiggins, thank you for the $5. Taylor, thank you for the 2. Then Giovanni, thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. And then Sarah, thank you for the $10. Huge shout out to Giovanni and Sarah. Thank you both. And then Elite Gunner, thank you for the $5. And I appreciate you for that question. That is a good question, my friend. And then Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Who says, quote unquote, you're not funny, Dean Withers. JK, you're hilarious. I don't know. I think sometimes I could be funny. Then Miss Kirsten, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Yo, Kristen, thank you so much. Show some up to Kristen in that chat for the $25 who says, thank you for all that you do. Take care of yourself. Oh, thank you so much, Kristen. I think I'm taking care of myself. I'm doing all right. Then Ashton, thank you for the $10 who says, Dean, we laugh at Phil, but honestly, we love him. Then Delaney, thank you for the $5. And then Tina, thank you for the $10, who says, today my daughter Leah turned 16. She's been following you for 2 years, and all she wanted to ask for. Let's see if we could read the rest of their message here. And all that she wanted to ask for, ... Give me a moment. Is that you'd consider wishing her a happy birthday during your broadcast. Thank you. Leah, if you are watching right now, which I'd assume you are because your mom only sent that around 7 minutes ago, happy birthday. I hope that you have the best birthday out of all possible birthdays. And you have, and that you've had an absolutely great day of celebration with your family and friends. Happy birthday, Leah. Seriously. And you also have a great mom, Tina. You're doing great. Dude, honestly, if I feel like if my mom or dad did something like that for me when I was 16, God, I'd love them. I already do love them, but I'd love them even more. Thank you for the $10, Tina. And then Jessica, thank you for the $70 over on Venmo. Holy shit, dude. Jessica, thank you. Jessica with the $70 says, weird stream today, man. I don't think I've ever laughed harder during one of them, though. Also, tell Phil he still owes me an apology for disrupting my slumber. Dude, if he was still here, I would absolutely make him apologize. But unfortunately, you know, we had to kick him because he crashed out a little bit too hard. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $70. You were absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. And the DK with the $2 over on Super Chat just saying happy birthday to Leah. All right, Parker. I think at this point in time, if you want to go live, I'll shoot you over a raid. I'm going to hop off. I'm getting pretty tired. It's probably time for me and my girlfriend to go get some dinner. And honestly, it's 6 p.m. I have time to cook some dinner. Chat, should I cook my girlfriend some dinner?
Yes, bro. You should do that.
Yeah, I think I should.
You should definitely do that, man.
You know what? I could even like go get some nice steaks or something.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Have beef prices started to come down though? I don't know.
Honestly, I don't know. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Maybe I'll do some steaks. I'll do some. You know what? I'll do some steaks tonight. We haven't done any like a cute like at home date night in a while. I'm gonna go. Okay, guys, I gotta go because I gotta go run down to Costco, or I guess what my equivalent of Costco is, Sam's Club. I gotta go run down to Sam's Club, and I gotta go buy some steaks to cook for my beautiful girlfriend. I love you all, and I appreciate y'all so much for showing up, and thank you so much for giving me some of the time of your day / evening, wherever you're at. And I'll see you tomorrow. Parker literally just hit the go live button on his stream. So y'all should all go raid Parker and spam Dean Raid in the chat. Okay, at Parker Get a Job on all socials. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace and love, guys. Goodbye.